ladies and gentlemen, is the one and only. This is Jedi Mike 7 YouTube channel. Thank you guys for showing up. I'm here with my boy Jay King. How you doing?
I'm a little malfunction here. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. Matter of fact, let's just do this. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only, the King himself. Is this your King? Yes. What's his name? His name is Jay King. I'm gonna give you the solo.
What's up? What's up, y'all? Happy New Year, 2022. Happy Progress Day. The beginning of a new year of hopefully no bullshit, but we'll see.
Don't jinx it. You just jinxed
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
I didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Welcome back to the Jedi Mike 7 YouTube channel. This is the first stream of 2022, but won't be the last. But yeah, so we're gonna be going over a recap of everything that's been going on the last year of 2021, and also to look forward to in 2022 and all film, entertainment, Marvel movies, etc. I got my man, Black Man Unfiltered, in the building. Man, love you, brother. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, so we're gonna be going over a lot of things. It'll probably be a long live stream, going over a lot of stuff, not just with stuff with Marvel movies or anything like that, but also Disney Plus shows. Because this year we had to hit the war of streaming with Disney Plus, Apple TV, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, all the no,
HBO
everybody is
Max.
stuffing their mama. They're just making a streaming service. So yeah, a lot of things in the entertainment industry that's been going on, and things, and no more Redbox, no more Blockbuster, all that stuff. Hey, cut your cable. You got Disney Plus and Netflix. So yeah, we're gonna get right into it. But before we get started, I just want to remind y'all, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, comment, like, and share, and let me know what you guys think. I also have the link up here in the chat whenever you want to comment about any term of topic we're talking about, or film or show, whatever. Let me know. We're gonna cover a whole range. We're gonna talk about Matrix. We're gonna talk about everything. So yeah, because I need to talk to you about Matrix. We never actually.
Yeah, we didn't have a discussion about that yet. I
Yeah.
guess that'll technically be at the end, since
Right.
next to kind of Book of Boba Fett, that'll be one of the last few things.
All right,
to
and I
talk
got
about.
questions about that too, which we're gonna talk about.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, guys. So first, so starting 2021, before any movies, because movie theaters were shut down because of COVID.
Mhm.
So we, so we got to be mindful of what's up, Black Man? No, Black Light Revelation. How you doing? Let's see, bro. But yeah, so everybody was locked down in their homes, and we were locked. We were all the introverts were having a blessed time, but some people were just feeling alone. Especially for me, movie theaters to me were kind of like my sense of escape. It was almost therapeutic just to go to movies, clear your head, whatever, regardless any movie. But yeah, but we don't say that the right round, I believe it was January, right? We had no Marvel content at all of the year 2020. Black Widow kept getting delayed. Everything got delayed, and all the Disney Plus shows and everything. But the first show that popped up was one second. Right here. Okay, let me add it up. WandaVision. WandaVision. Yes. Yes. No, but one a killer. First of all, I won't say killer soundtrack of there, but this also started a wave of Marvel, Disney Plus, or Disney Plus in general. First, beginning prior to around, I think it was like 2019 or whatever. The Mandalorian was the driving force of in terms of streaming and Disney Plus. But now
Mhm.
Marvel, they're about almost 2 years behind. But when the pandemic happened, they just been rolling out content after content. So now they're now become more superior than Star Wars itself. So, but yeah, I want to talk about WandaVision. So Jay King, what was your first impressions going to before the show came out? This is the first Marvel Studios television. Yes, we had other shows that popped up prior. We had the Agents of Shield. We had the Humans show that got canceled. We had also Marvel Netflix, which all those shows got canceled. But some characters got redeemed and took a long road to get here, but we got them. But now this is the first movie studio, high budget quality of Marvel content we're having in a streaming and television platform. So, Jay King, what you thought? Your first initial thoughts of the show?
Well, this being, again, this being like technically the first thing in Marvel's phase four, the first Marvel content we gotten in a while since like Endgame and Far From Home. It was very welcoming to bring Marvel back at that time. WandaVision, it felt like, oh God, we're finally back after, a year of like nothing except for like some shows. And again, like as you said, Mandalorian took over Disney Plus with its first two seasons. Second season, most notably, of course, big Skywalker appearance. But having Marvel come back, and even though it wasn't a movie at first, the Disney Plus side, you definitely got a chance to experience something over a long point in time, which is something we really hadn't gotten yet with Marvel. Because again, the movies were all like 2 hours, Endgame being like 3 hours. But we got this over like basically most of January, some of February, if I remember correctly, with WandaVision. We got to spend time with two Avengers that have been there since like half of the MCU, one technically being there just as long as he was the voice of Jarvis. But getting time to spend with these guys that
Thank you.
didn't really get that much needed
Indeed.
attention in the MCU outside of like Civil War and Age of Ultron. Um, it was definitely good, to spend time with Wanda and with Vision. The story definitely being heavily based upon, bits of House of M, bits of the Vision comic, and getting to see them play around with this as like the first Marvel thing, and definitely an experimental thing because we had no idea how this was going to go with this like TV, going back to referencing old genres of TV shows. We didn't know how that could go. It could have flopped, but thank God it didn't. It worked well. I know for some people, like, the first three episodes, they're like, but after you get past that and you understand exactly what they're trying to do, you're definitely like, oh, and then everything that happened in here, the action, the twists, the references, the cameos.
Hmm.
The
Right.
freaking cameo that blew the internet up early within 2021. Man, like this show was an experience, and I still love it to this day. I
Mhm.
still love it, and I'm so glad that, again, one of the biggest things obviously is talking about all the references and everyone claiming Mephisto has to be behind it. But no, no. My highlight was basically getting to know Wanda and Vision a whole lot
Mhm.
better than I had in the movies, getting to understand these characters a lot more, and basically them becoming some of my favorite characters within the MCU now, especially Elizabeth Olsen as Wanda. She definitely killed it in the series, and I'm excited to see her again in like the
Mhm.
next couple months in Multiverse of Madness, and hopefully whatever else they got coming for her. So
Mhm. Yeah, and I just wanna say what they were doing, uh, for
own her.
especially with, yeah, especially with Elizabeth Olsen, um, I think they did an amazing job in terms of maturing in terms of not only just the character, but it's also just her as an actress. I feel like, moving from these after the events of, Avengers Endgame, that a lot of these you consider B-list characters have been more supporting roles. Now they're putting more into the more leadership type roles, and with that, that is given with a lot of weight. But in this format of these serialized shows, I think it kind of basically kind of gives us the time that we've been like, craving for, uh the fact that all these shows, I mean all these other movies, we didn't have really lack of, character development. But hold on a second. Keep going. Keep talking.
Let me guess, that was that again.
Yeah. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
Right. But yeah, like Disney Plus, as opposed to the movies, because again, the movies we only got like a certain amount of time with these characters, and I still love the movies, but getting a couple months, a couple weeks to spend with these characters, especially two that at the beginning many people were still iffy about, even around the time of Infinity War when they killed Division, was definitely something that was needed. You got to understand these characters better than you did in the movies. That I now feel like once you see Wanda again in Multiverse of Madness, and whenever we see Vision again in the MCU,
Mm,
they'll definitely be a lot more respected
yeah.
than they were before prior.
Yeah, I'm gonna process. I'm trying to work and getting moderators in the chat, whatever. Because at this point, but
Yeah, it's
yeah,
ridiculous. But
yeah, no, but
yeah,
no.
and again, like by the end, you definitely like definitely was one of those moments where like that last moment between our two title characters before the curtains come up, the lights start to come back on, and we come back to reality of the MCU. Again, that last moment between the two of them, I got to play it in the background right now, but it's like, that was still heart wrenching.
Hmm.
Again,
Right.
and there wasn't really even a villain, and like, yeah, Agatha was technically the villain of this story in some ways, but again, the real villain was just and was also the main theme of the story, which is loss, grieving, depression, and overcoming that sadness within you, especially through Wanda having been someone that, as Agatha even saw it, Agatha even said, parents dead, brother dead, vision dead. She lost everything.
Right. And I just want to emphasize this too. That well, okay, now I can finish getting my review about this, but this solidifies her being a powerhouse in the MCU moving forward. And I know that even though we're not gonna get a WandaVision season two, that just for her character, she's not done yet. But I just want to commend just in terms of like you said that taking these iconic terms of characters and putting in more realistic human situations. When you mentioned about grief and depression, right? And I think that all three of the all from no four, I'll say that the WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier, Loki, and Hawkeye, they both was a low.
Hmm.
There's a level of theme of mental illness. And we're gonna get into Hawkeye, especially dealing also with grief as well, but from a different
Yeah,
aspect, right? Because especially Hawkeye and Wanda are very two close characters to each other, and just kind of knowing that both of them
true.
kind of going with similar experience in their own shows, I thought they did that very well. But one of the lines, obviously, from this show that have been very popular, well, from Vision saying, "What is grief without love persevering?" Right? Which I think
Hmm.
that with that line in itself is basically just uh, something that we need to hear just from what we experienced in the year of 2020, right?
Oh yeah,
And so at that time when that line was given, there's a lot of weight to it, but I just thought I commend Elizabeth Olsen for what she did with the show, and especially also the other performances they did, which I'm gonna get into right here. Um, 1 second here. Obviously Paul Bettany coming from a place you didn't know where he was at the time. It was, was he real? Was he not? Which you find out he wasn't. But then they create another Vision that was his body, and now he's White Vision, which I think we're probably gonna see him again in Armor Wars, but nothing has yet been confirmed. But I gotta
right.
say, really, the big powerhouse, at least for this season, is Agatha, right?
Yeah, it was
Miss Catherine,
Agatha.
yeah, Catherine Hahn. She and also she's gonna be getting her own show,
Hmm.
Agatha and the
House of Harkness.
House of Harkness and stuff. But yeah, so basically, her performance in this coming from I don't really see her in a lot of superhero roles, but she's been in many other platforms. I mean other shows. She's been in Step Brothers, which is hilarious. You guys check that out. And I think
and
she's
and
in.
the last before WandaVision, if you caught it, briefly, she was the voice of female Doc Ock in Into the Spider-Verse.
So yeah, she's been working, I just say with her. Then now the fact that she gave her own show, I think might be interesting. I'm still confused, like what they're gonna do a show about her. I think this show is probably gonna require other characters to pop up. Um, but I think what she did, and especially in this TV format, because also this show was shot in the live studio audience, right? And this is just theater 101. If any of you theater heads out there, I have
Mhm.
a little background on that too, but it's just to me, I just like in terms of
Same
as
here.
a film production guy, just noticing little themes like that. How the first episode when they're all in black and white, that they use just techniques of wiring and everything. I thought they did with very well. How they had to paint, you know,
He's not Vision anymore. He's part of the Blue Man Group.
right? They had to paint him because the color red, if it's black and white, will project differently. So they did they paint him blue, and had to do the makeup and stuff like that, so it can pop up in a more black and white aesthetic. Old Bewitch setting. So I thought I'm gonna move this.
It's so weird to look at.
Yeah, but yeah, but also even other. Oh, another But come on, I'm not. You know, I'm not.
You
No
got this
way.
in all caps.
No way.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yes,
Come on.
Monica Rambeau,
Come on.
the little girl from Captain Marvel, grown up and now finally as well, I mean, she's had multiple titles within the comics. She was the first female Captain Marvel before Carol. She became Spectrum, Quasar, a bunch of names. I'm guessing
Tiana
most
Paris.
likely Spectrum they'll go with, but yeah, Tiana Harris, man,
Mm-hmm.
she did great in the show as well. Oh god.
Trash and Wave in the chat. Yes, my man. Yes. Yeah, but no, come on.
Moving
Tiana
on.
Paris was a huge highlight in this show, especially another black woman superhero, right on. But also, shout out to Sherelle in the chat. Shout out to Sister Sherelle. Yes. But yeah, another black woman superhero, a badass. I honestly, she's the only saving grace for me looking for the Captain Marvel sequel. I'm gonna be real with you. Until I see Miss Marvel and her show coming up next year, which I think is the first show they're doing. I think in January or February. Um,
Of
for
what year?
Kamala Khan. Yeah, Miss
This
Marvel.
year?
I think. Yeah, no, I think Miss Marvel is gonna be the first show.
Right. Because it was supposed like before the whole weird scheduling, like after Hawkeye, I think were supposed to maybe have Miss Marvel right before the year ended, but you know, scheduling wise. But yeah, that should actually be the first thing. I
Yeah,
think
but
I mean I don't know exactly when we're gonna get it still. I don't think they gave us a release date yet,
they didn't give us a
but
release date, but we just know it's the first show
first one
released for the
this
new
year.
year. You know,
Yeah.
so as of right now, because we're still in the Spider-Man wave of it all, which we're getting into in that whole mess.
Yeah, and then the next like technical movie is Multiverse of Madness,
But
but it's like
that's not until
not
May.
until May.
May. So it's
It
like
was
it was
supposed
supposed to
to
come in
it was
March.
supposed to be it was supposed to be in February, but the Batman was like, "What'd you say?"
Nah, like yeah, let's just move this. But yeah, so I think in terms of Marvel content, they're gonna have to push that because to me, I thought the one I'm looking for. We're gonna get to it, but I'm gonna jump ahead. She-Hulk, I cannot wait for that. But I just gonna go
Yeah.
back to Tiana Paris. She's had a hell of a year. Not only being in this show, but also being in Candyman. I really didn't like. I'll be honest with you. I had issues with the movie, not really the writing, not just her performance, but I think as an actress for her, I'm really looking forward to her what she's doing moving forward. But I thought the character was written very well. The way that she just carry herself just as a character and stuff. Just as a female character, I just think I like that she has a nice personality. Her, which really is not. You can say in other female characters, and some can be the same or different, but she was just really unique.
Mhm.
And I thought she was a great addition to the show. But yeah, but I've been looking forward to her. And the hair, it's the hair for me. It's the hair for
Yeah,
me.
that's the, I'm glad they let her go with her natural hair for this show because that actually was actually a moment in the comics where they were like, wow, like they had her go like this style and they like let it go natural. So I'm glad they went natural here.
Mm-hmm.
They could have
Yeah.
went the other way, but thank God they didn't.
Right. Yeah. But other than that, I will I don't want to say give a rank in this show, but I'll say definitely a high for this year.
Like,
Um
yeah,
yeah, but after so after this show, right immediately after we had the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right? And this was
mhm,
obviously after Avengers Endgame. There's still a hit show for WandaVision, breaking all types of records and ratings and everything. But then Falcon Winter Soldier came along, I think around March. Yep.
right. I
Um,
remember like before COVID, if COVID didn't get in the way, this was actually supposed to be like the very
First, it
first
was
like
supposed to be the
Disney Plus.
first.
This was supposed to be the first. WandaVision was supposed to be right after this, but because of how the pandemic went and everything, it got shifted around. So this was the second thing. So again, if you think about the way that this was supposed to be the beginning and look at it, I kind of see how it would be the beginning. I mean, WandaVision also
It
works as a
would make
beginning for
sense,
phase
and
four,
actually, with
but
the story that they were doing, make absolutely perfect sense. Especially they had to, and guys, this is behind the scenes thing for you. They had to do some research of the show because there was a
mhm.
storyline of a virus that was going on in the show that they had to cut
but
out, and
but
and
because that was way too close to what was
and
going
listen,
on. They were
Marvel.
like,
I'm gonna tell you this,
yeah, no.
Marvel. They've been predicting the future, and it'd be kind of weird because we're somewhat since wherever the pandemic, you can say we're in the 5 year gap of Endgame, and we're still what almost 2 years, about now 2 years of of this COVID,
Mhm.
so I think that it'd be weird. We have 3 years after this, and then boom. So it's like that 5 year gap. But yeah, they had to
3 years
cut a
later.
vaccine storyline from this show, and then and try to operate and make it more political agenda, which also was still relevant at the time.
Mhm.
Surprisingly. Um, but yeah, but I just want to say, so Jakey, what was your thoughts on the show?
I think see, that's a very weird question. I really like the show. I know a lot of people are like, oh, WandaVision. I still love WandaVision. But Falcon Winter Soldier, not only did it come out at a perfect time, it was also just a great story to tell. We were all curious how they were going to do this. Steve is gone. He gave the shield to Sam, but Sam does not feel worthy of this shield. He doesn't feel like, even as Isaiah Bradley brings out, don't will they ever let a black man be Captain America?
And before I let you go for this show, because this is probably it's hard for me to rank all these shows. I'm just talking about how good they are because this show did something very powerful. So for those of you guys who haven't watched the show, I mean, I encourage you guys. It's only 6 episodes, unlike WandaVision where they're like nine, like 30-minute episodes.
Yeah,
Um,
WandaVision was the longest, but every other one since then has been like at least 6 episodes.
they did something here because I'm gonna tell you this with content. Uh, was that there was a story they did in the show. It's based off one of the Captain America storylines. I think it was called Truth, right?
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, it was a Truth comic, right? And the story deals with Isaiah Bradley, this man right here. If you see here, yeah. So Isaiah Bradley, during this time, he was one of the one actually patients that actually survived the super soldier serum post Captain America, post Steve Rogers. And what happened was the government basically did no experiments on him, and basically, unlike Captain America, when he got the serum, he became a hero. He became a criminal, and they arrested him for over 30 years and hide his history of him being a super soldier, right? And they did experiments on him, everything. And this is basically a literal reference to the Tuskegee experiments, right? And I just want to say, just in terms of media today, what certain when talking about certain black issues, like Watchmen, still one by far probably my top 5 greatest shows of all time. HBO series, Lovecraft Country, talking about the things of the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots and Black Wall Street. And what they did with this show and the experience with this character, I thought was phenomenal. Which to me, at the end, in this finale, when he got awarded, he finally got recognized. Um, to me, I was in tears. Um, I was in tears when he got recognized by Sam. Uh, at the end of the show. So what to me when people say, "Oh, it was a dumb show," whatever, like, nah, man, this show mattered, and what they did, I thought was very well. It wasn't pandering. Yeah, it was some certain politics. Something with Sam. When he gave him that speech, it was a little bit too long, but I mean, for what it's worth, I thought this show was very well. And also giving the idea what it means to be a black Captain America and basing it in Louisiana. You know, Sam Wilson's from Louisiana. And from
Mhm.
New Orleans and stuff. And I think that what he did, the way they transmit culture, um, in this show was very well. Especially bringing his sister, being working on the boat and stuff like that. Um, Here, I thought they humanized his character very well. And they didn't give him no serum, anything like that. But I thought they got back to what the foundation of what it means to be Captain America, but also the weight of what it means to other people, and talking about legacy, what it means passing on and respecting the history that came before, but also knowing, regardless of the trauma that we experienced, that it can't be hindrance to where we're going. Because Isaiah Bradley, when he was encouraging Sam, like they will never let a black man be Captain America. And then he added the line, and no self-respecting black men will ever want to be. I thought that was just powerful, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about that for a second. This was definitely something that needed to be talked about because, like, it pretty much was the show, like, acknowledging, like, when most people think about Captain America, they think like, not everyone fully understood Steve Rogers. Some people think, like, oh, like, white guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, as Isaiah even said. they're looking for that, which is why they went with someone like John Walker in the show, who becomes U.S. agent, to be the new Captain America, because that's what they think Steve, like, that's what they thought it was all about, but that's not it. Captain America could be anyone. There have been multiple Captain Americas in the comic books, because that mantle does not matter who's holding the shield. All it matters is what they're representing. And Sam definitely, like, Steve represented the idea of what Captain America should be for then, and even brought it into 21st century when he got unfrozen. But Sam definitely shows what Captain America should represent, especially in nowadays. He definitely showed it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, he's a black man, but he can still be Captain America. It does not matter the color of his skin. It just matters what he's doing, that he's still out there protecting people, just like Steve would, and just like Sam would in any given day. He was the Falcon. He was Steve's right-hand man. He was his best bud outside of Bucky. And again, so he definitely knows, like, what Steve stood for. And Steve understood what he stood for. I mean, he didn't understand it fully, even as Bucky said, like, they didn't know exactly what they were doing, asking a black man to be Captain America. Like, they didn't fully understand what all that would imply. But I still think that it was the best choice, because it probably forced, at least within the MCU continuity, but hopefully some people as well who watch the show, to wake up and realize the reality of things. And again, dealing with everything we dealt with the past year, that's definitely something that needed to be seen.
Right. Now, going to like I said, this was only about 6 episodes, whatever. This was the first Disney Plus show moving into more of an hour, 30 to 45 minute long or hour format. But we're gonna take a break from Marvel, because we're gonna go through not just shows but movies, but we're going chronologically throughout the year. J King, I used to play a lot of video games, in like long time ago. I don't play it now. I got work to do,
I think I know what you're going with this.
and and people, some people, every time, they had any conflict, whatever, back in the old days, right? Currently today we have, Nintendo, and they say, let's just go play Smash, and when to duke it out. But in the old school days, hold on one sec. There was another game that duke it out for people, and regardless how brutal or fatal it may have been, um, this gaming IP is by far one of the most iconic gaming IPs of all time. But can you make it to a movie? Well, Warner Brothers thought, sure, let's do it. J King, what am I talking about?
I think this pretty much says what you're talking about.
That's right.
Finish him!
Fatality. That's right. Mortal Kombat. So Warner Brothers decided we're gonna do another shot with this, because there was Mortal Kombat movie many years ago. Some people don't want to acknowledge, and I'm one of them. But
I mean, the first one, it was their first try, so can't really fault it. There was still some weird spots, but you can't really fault it. Sequel though, you could definitely fault, but yeah, they're like, you know what? Let's give it another try. Technology's advanced a bit more, and we could definitely do a lot better than what we did with having characters that should have been Asian, getting, I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I mean.
well, let's go into it. I thought
Let's go into the 2021.
I said best. I said best and worst. This was complete crap. I thought. Listen, I thought the movie was like had good potential. I thought some of the dialogue in there was good, and this is what it really pissed me off, is that you have the story. They had the story, and what they did was like, you know what? Let's just, instead of let's, we have certain characters in the storyline. Let's just try to give it, because we need more representation. Which I get it. I understand. We're in 2021 at the time. I get it. But one thing that I do not accept is that when you put representation over characters and storylines, and you had it. And for example, what I'm talking about is in this movie. They have one character who is not a Mortal Kombat character at all. At all. I forgot his name. What's this dude? He was supposed to be Iron Fist, but no, what's his name? he supposed to be he was a descendant of Scorpion, right? Which they could have made him another Scorpion, whatever. But there's like, nah, I guess we ain't doing that. And so they had the whole
Well,
thing about.
I mean, in a way, he went. I mean, I get why they did this. I know who you're talking about. I completely forgot for a second, but I know what you're talking about. Like with the character of Cole, I get it. I get why some people weren't fully in, with him, especially with the fact that again, he was not from the games. He was made to basically enter into this new kind of era of Mortal Kombat, this alternate reality of Mortal Kombat. Being the son of Scorpion, they had to give some reason for him being there. Okay, listen.
I rebuke.
I remembering this movie now, I didn't think it was as bad as many people did, but I don't think it was the best either. For me, I'm on middle ground with this movie. I like what they tried to do.
I did TLA for you.
I liked most of the actors who were playing these characters, like Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Raiden. Like they definitely looked the parts. They definitely even acted the parts. My boy from Supergirl playing Jax in this thing as well. I definitely liked the cast that they had for this. I definitely. Yeah, bro.
Okay. Hey, matter of fact, I'm actually gonna do a live stream talking about that video. So I'm gonna get Black Man Field people on there to discuss that because that to me that moment went viral for me and I put that on there. But thank you for.
Back to Mortal Kombat. The movie's middle ground for me. I like the actors. I like the action that they did with this. I understand a lot of people
Oh
are
yeah,
pissed that
no, I agree. There was some good stuff in there. I'm not gonna be that too hard on it, but
there was good stuff in here. I also get where a lot of people are like, damn, they were setting up the tournament, but they don't give us a tournament. But it's like, it obviously that was going to be set up. Like, look, compare this with Dune. That was basically Dune advertised it as the full story when it was a part one.
thank
Though
you.
this definitely
Thank
felt like,
you.
oh, it was
My brother is right. My brother was right. Yes.
okay. Anyway, so like Dune advertised as the full movie, even though it was just basically a part one. While this felt like, okay, we're setting up stuff. Like this is basically get to know your Mortal Kombat world through the eyes of a character that you have not met before, at least for most fans of Mortal Kombat. I had fun with it. As I said, as I'll say with another movie that we'll maybe get into on this list. If not, I'll maybe bring it up as like an honorable mention. But again, I had fun with this movie. I wouldn't say it's the greatest thing ever, and I definitely feel like with the sequel that they are planning, I feel that that would be a lot better. But you know, again, having known that the last Mortal Kombat movie they didn't do so well, they know that they needed to step up their game. So it's like, of course, we're gonna have critiques. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's the best. I think definitely this is a true okay, this is a prequel of things to come. So that's why I'm not faulting on it too much, especially given that at least I enjoyed it a lot better than the second of the original try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I jumped the gun on this because I just skipped another movie we're gonna talk about. Obviously, in this time, you have we had kaiju's, right? We had kaiju's, Pacific Rim, big monsters fighting, you know, fighting aliens and stuff. But we just gotta go back to the basics in cinema. There's only been two behemoths that been been everyone been craving for many decades for them to actually get a movie and duke it out. Um, in the words of Beyonce, we need to go ape shit. So yeah, what am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Oh wait, oh no, oh no, excuse me. Oh sorry,
That's the
I had the
wrong
setup. I had the setup ready. Oh damn it. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Boom. All
I
right.
think I'll make a good segue. Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yes, Godzilla versus Kong, the battle of the Titans, and the better BVS.
Right. Yeah. No. Right. So we had Godzilla versus King Kong. So I thought this film, it was weird because like we had two Godzilla movies prior to this by Warner Brothers. Um
Mhm. Two Godzilla movies, one Kong movie, and they were all teasing, at some point these two titans are gonna fight again. Like, Kong, Skull Island definitely teased that. Godzilla's last movie was definitely like, okay, most of the monsters are gone. It's just Kong left now
mhm.
to face this guy. And we finally got the battle of these two titans. We've wanted this fight for a while. We've gotten it sometimes, but with how the CGI and technology works today, we definitely wanted to see what a today version of these two monsters of madness, you know, would fare off as. And again, I say it's a better BVS because we actually have a winner. And they're not going through too much. The humans, everyone's always complaining about, like, oh, why do you got humans in these stories? But it's like, we need someone to at least somewhat explain what's going on. Otherwise it'd just be a compilation of monster fights. If I want to be honest. The humans weren't, sometimes humans can be invasive. I don't think they were.
That
They definitely
they
had their own
actually
story.
were not. I will say that they
Yeah,
it's like
they
unlike
weren't.
previous
Yes.
stories, they try to give a human storyline really when you see them. I think they balanced it very well and they got straight to the point. Because like the big thing was
Mhm.
the first Godzilla that came out years ago. I think it was like 2014. It was right before Age of Ultron came out.
Yeah,
Um,
it was the one featuring two people from Age of Ultron.
right, exactly. And and I had to when I was watching the film, I remember like the biggest complaint was that you only see Godzilla in glimpses or like in found footage, whatever, but then like you only saw him for about maybe 10, 15 minutes throughout the movie until you saw him more at the end. But then in Godzilla King of Monsters, there was more heavily on that. And then
Mhm.
they kept bringing more folks, Kadira, Rodan, and what all, and all the no everyone else like that. Rodan, I think, yeah. Um,
Yeah, and then Kong Skull Island, that was definitely like, in the past, Samuel L. Jackson, bitch, please, to Captain Marvel. Um,
mhm.
and I'm basically setting up this
Stop.
territory.
Wait, but who? Wait, but who? Who? Okay, so is Wendy Williams was is she Godzilla or is she Kong? Or actually, I never mind. We know. Eh.
Okay, all right. Retracting from that statement that was brought there. Uh, um, back to the movie. Back to the movie. I thought that this was actually really good. I thought that they did this well. Again, as people say, like, the humans served it, but no, the humans actually served a purpose in this. One, to try and prove, because like the trailers made it seem like, oh, Godzilla's the bad guy of this movie, and Kong's got to be the one to take them down. But the humans in this movie were basically like, no, we're not idiots. Something else is up. So we got to figure this out. And then the other half, we're basically setting up, our final boss of this movie, Mechagodzilla. Uh, so again, they served a purpose. You know, most movies they do serve a purpose, but everyone's like, oh, I want to see the monster fights, get them out of here. But I think that most people wouldn't actually complain about this one, at least.
Yeah, yeah. I thought even when they did that fight, like the reveal, it was definitely obvious, but I don't know where they go from. Um, I don't know where they go from here. Because it's like there was other. I know there's other characters they can do. I think I'm not really full in the lore. My dad is, but
for
yeah,
all
he
we
can have
know, for
boom.
all we know, for all we know, there'll be a monster from another universe, and then
So the
Godzilla,
next one is probably
Godzilla and Kong got it.
making a Pacific Rim. Um,
That's something people have also wanted. Get Pacific Rim in with these guys.
Oh.
Okay then.
You breaking me up, bro.
Stop,
I'm so
stop.
dude.
But
Yo,
yeah, like,
oh,
you know,
hey, you know what? I'm actually JK. I'm gonna show you this video. One of my friends, shout out to my Nigerian brother, Black David. Black, you can go. I'm gonna give you the link to his channel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it. Let me go put Black Man's Filter link in the chat. It's only I got a link in the chat. Make sure you put it there. He made a video last night. We were doing the New Year's thing, right? And my friend Black David, uh, in Nigeria, we're talking about Nicki Minaj or not Nicki Minaj, Kim Kardashian, and or like Rihanna, like saying who was talking about attractive or whatever, right? And then he's saying like, I'll never I'll never mess with Kim Kardashian. He's right. It's like what about you take Lizzo over Kim Kardashian? And he's like, and we like Cap. We like Cap. I'm like, and yeah, and I was just like, are you sure about that? But yeah, no, yeah, that video was hilarious, though. But I'll give it to you, man.
okay,
um,
all
but
right.
yeah, but going back,
But going back to the movie.
mhm.
I mean, I said my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
Like I said, I thought, like I said, it was like a fun popcorn flick. And mind you, the reason why I emphasize more on this with this film is because it's like this is the first film, first few films we got when at least during the pandemic, we got things that are like lesser restrictions and we were able to go back to the theater. So I just want to acknowledge them, and that kind of goes into the next film, here because King. I know I mean this. I don't like to say this lightly, but you and I, we're family. You know, and I think that black men, people in the chat, my family, and my brother, Sherelle, that's my sis, Trash Can Wave is my bro. 84, that's my bro. And when people ask me, Michael, you have friends? I'm like, no, I don't have a lot of friends. You know who I got? I got family. Yeah. Yeah, guys.
Family.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah,
this
Fast
movie.
Nine.
This movie. this this was the definition of turn your brain off and just enjoy what they got. But you know what? I did enjoy F9. I did enjoy let me turn this off. I did enjoy F9 actually. A lot of people are like, what the fuck is even happening with the Fast and Furious franchise anymore? I'm like, you know what? Let them do what they want to do because obviously they are having fun doing it. They are doing the most. I get it. What happened to the street races, or at least what happened to the at least sensible spy stuff that happened. But you know, I didn't hate this movie. I liked it a lot. I will say though, it had me question reality multiple times. I mean, the fact that freaking Vin Diesel can tackle John Cena into another building, literally tackle him into another building, and they're not knocked unconscious, or that as Tyrese even says, two dudes from the hood up in space. No one's gonna believe that, but I mean, it happened. It's been something people have been saying for years, and it fucking happened. It happened. Oh yeah, and then also John Cena. I think it actually, with the story, I say that the story between John Cena and Vin Diesel. If you haven't seen the movie, John Cena plays Dom's brother, Jacob. I know people are like, well, why the fuck we didn't hear about him before? But it's like they actually gave a good reason in the movie why we hadn't heard of him before. Why he was not brought up before. The bad blood that happened in there.
Because The Rock
Especially with the
left.
father.
Because The Rock left.
Well, he might be coming back. Who knows? But we'll not get into that now. Let's not get into that right now. But I think actually the story between the two brothers was actually good. Like amongst all the crazy action and breaking the laws of physics, the story between the two brothers was actually something I did. Mike, I get it. Two niggas from the hood, but I come on, man. we'll get back to that in a second. Turn the camera back. But the two brothers story was actually really good. Again, and I did like how, you know, him forgiving him and letting him go was pretty much a mirror to the first movie when Paul Walker, gave the keys to him, let him go. It was definitely a mirror that they did. Again, I like that part of the story. The rest was just basically turn your brain off and laugh at it. And again, you can go back to the space thing now.
Yeah.
The fact that the fact that the dudes from Tokyo Drift turned a car into a fucking mini spaceship and it not immediately get destroyed when it hits when it's out of orbit.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. I know Bow Wow, his name is Twinkie, but he had some since a lot since Tokyo Drift.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the dude. Yeah, continuity wise, I was like, wait, this just happened.
Yeah,
And they
continuity. Continuity, it's weird because Tokyo Drift is like technically
he
in
look he went
around the
from this,
beginning
he went from this to this.
in like how many years?
Right. Like, I mean, how
I
stupid
mean,
you
I
think I
know.
am?
I mean, I knew some dudes who, at least in like sophomore year, looked like they could be adults already. But like, damn.
Hmm. Right. Exactly. But this is what Black Men Filter and they said those bastards went to space in 1974. Fleetwood Cadillac wrote love. But yeah, no.
uh,
But yeah, no, I just say I thought this film was very stupid. Like,
but
and
the
listen,
fun stupid.
I'm a Fast and Furious fan. This is my dad, me and my dad. This is like our oldest childhood memory, right? Like,
Hmm.
well, one with this, The Matrix. So like these have a special, place in my heart. So when people like, oh, these films ridiculous, I'm like, no, they're. But this film was felt like it was just it didn't feel right. When especially when you go to space and you put duct tape on that shit, I'm just like, you gotta like for 1 second, you got like just like stop with the like. What we doing? But I believe niggas can fry too. I believe niggas can fly. Like,
And then
like
let's also.
niggas can be space rangers too. Like shit.
I mean, we got a black Superman out there, so. Retracting back, let's also talk about how this movie brought back, a character that we were made to believe was dead for so long. But then this movie's like, yeah, Han. They brought Han back. They didn't necessarily explain fully how he was brought back. They just explained that, oh, who the fuck are
Yeah, I put Han and then you got these K-pop motherfuckers. Excuse me.
But
Sorry. Sorry.
going back to Han though,
Yeah.
again, they didn't fully explain how he was brought back. They just explained, oh yeah, what we saw in Tokyo Drift slash Fast and Furious 9, I mean Fast and Furious 7, yeah, that was all fake out by Mr. Nobody. Han was alive the whole time, taking care of a kid, which by the way, I will say she was very badass in this movie. Um, but yeah, like the whole
But okay, first of all, let me talk about that. Okay. So
what?
I know she said she's a kid. She like what, 24? What the fuck mean she's a kid?
Right, she's
Like
like
20.
almost she's like in
Like
real
that
life
girl
she's
like
almost
acting like she's not like Hit Girl from Kick Ass, like
I mean she looks young, but it's like in reality she's like, if I'm remembering correctly, and I might look this up, like close to almost 30.
right, but yet you can have Jessica Parker play, Barry and Iris's kids on the Flash, but she's like 35 years
She's
like
older than
like
them.
get out of here. Um
I mean, some people got a baby face for eternity. So
yeah. But yeah, anyway, I'm done talking about this movie. I'm really like it just um but yeah,
okay,
like that, I mean, real, because like
next.
this, like, I mean, other than that, like this film's good. They're gonna have a sequel. The Rock, he's not coming back. He's done. He's like he's through. I'm through. All right. Um,
Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Who knows? But
maybe it's some beef.
since
We don't know. He can just say it like he's like I don't
well,
know because
there was
The Rock.
obviously beef in the big. Who knows? Maybe behind the scenes something else had happened. Who knows? I mean, I feel like if anything, the next movie, which I think this is the next movie or the next two might be the last ones. I guess we'll see. But if anything, I feel like if there was a time to squash the beef, now would be a time. But we'll
Mhm.
see. we'll see. But staying on the topic of family units, in some ways, I think I'll pick the topic for this next subject. You know, we had nonsensical, but a little earlier in the year, we had divisive between people that were like, we need this movie, and some people that were like, can we just let this go? I think I think you know what I'm talking about. And I'm
Yeah, I'm
gonna get
typing it
this
right
little
now.
theme going on already. But a movie that we technically already saw a couple years ago. A movie that so many people wanted so badly they were harassing people online to get. A movie that was way longer than it should have been. Some parts could have been cut. Some parts were, weird. Definitely a lot better than the theatrical release, I will say. But yeah, Zack Snyder, Justice League. The Snyder Cut on HBO Max. Many people were harassing Warner Brothers, telling them that Zack Snyder is the key, saying this movie needed to happen. And
She's the
Warner Brothers
key. She's
and
the
Warner
key.
Brothers and Warner Brothers was like, you know what? We're not putting that on theaters. But you know what? HBO Max, if y'all are up for it, we can give him some money and he can finish what he started. Okay. Let me focus. And so they gave him enough. Stop. They gave him enough so he could complete the mission he wanted. But are the people satisfied? No, they are not. Because now they believe they need more. Because obviously this movie was going to set up more originally, but now they believe they need more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. So this film this came out 2017, the original version, and this was a long haul, and I literally forgot about it. In terms of like thinking that this would ever be a possibility. So for those you don't know, in terms of give you a little bit of context of this film, obviously this film is Justice League, and yes, a version of this film came out back in 2017. But during this time, after the divisiveness of Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice, they had the course correct in terms of what they want to do in terms of tonally with the DC universe that they are still dealing with.
Yes.
What happened was right. We'll get into it. But what's happened was that with this film, director Zack Snyder, he was directing this film halfway. Then obviously, just like other stuff, yeah, I agree. That they that this film was so divisive that from studio interference to the point that unfortunately that the family of Zack Snyder faced a tragedy with his youngest daughter. And basically, she passed away, and he basically had to stop. Him and his wife had to stop working on the film, and they brought in director Josh Whedon, who directed the Avengers, to go and direct this film. And we thought, okay, he could be his savior, but actually, he became Satan in disguise, at least metaphorically speaking.
Let's maybe talk about
Unless you're Ray Fisher, yeah, there was a lot of controversy with this film. Hashtag Borg life. We're gonna get into this. Because I'm actually glad you brought this up. 'Cause I just totally forgot about it. Because
I mean, I couldn't. I had in my list of things to talk about because again, this movie, the original theatrical version of this movie, again, if you ask me, like, even though I'm not fully on board with Zack's vision, I do believe that it was very stupid of Warner Brothers to be like, well, you know, even though he's grieving and he probably would return to this the moment he's ready, we want money. So why don't we get the person that from our competitors who made the first successful team up movie, even though we didn't give any movies for the others yet at that moment in time, and have him take over. And basically, it's a mixture of the doom and gloom isk of Zack Snyder with a bit of the tone that you saw from the Avengers, and the
but it's
priorities of Brett Ratner's production company when it came to how they treated Wonder Woman, I will say, in that original version. And again, it was just a complete mess. It was very much a complete mess of a movie. You know, I mean, obviously there's, big notices between the Snyder Cut and the original. The original theatrical version, they
Like,
trimmed down Cyborg's story, the
wait,
whole
hold on. Let me
mustache
stop you here. Let me
debacle.
stop you right here. Look at this shit. Like, see, and this is the problem that the divisiveness of this film, that Warner Brothers, that to this day, hey, I know you're watching, monetize me or give me a copyright claim. Go up, please invite me. Okay, but I'm calling out the bullshit for what it is. See,
Mhm.
this level of things is that you think as a studio that this is acceptable, and when you could have took time, you could have gave this one, the second one, the one we got originally, where they
Mhm.
had CGI his mustache. Now, for those of you guys don't know, at the time, Henry Cavill, he had to go do Mission Impossible,
Impossible.
where he had the mustache, right? And they say no,
Great
we
film,
can't
by the
shave
way.
it off. Now, what they could do, they could just gave him what they did in Superman back in the '90s after Return, give him the mullet and the hair, give the full beard, after he
Right?
was resurrected, which was,
Bro, they could have done that. They literally could have done that. Like, just like
but
giving
no,
him the mullet, let his beard like grow out just a bit more. They could have done that. Hell, it was like that in like not in the Death of Superman comics, but like one time he put back on the black suit, he had a beard. You could have just let it be like that. No one would have batted an eye. Especially given the fact that he didn't decompose yet. He probably maybe would have grown something while in the coffin. I'm just saying. But still, like, it was stupid with the whole CGI mouth. It was very stupid. Another reason that Warner Brothers shouldn't have been so angsty and maybe should have just waited for Snyder to be done with grieving. But look, that's the past, and we already got the Snyder cut that's now also kind of past. But know.
right. I mean, but listen, you have to understand that there's many things that, like, because I mean, there's also things just in the film we want to talk about here, which with they didn't think that this film was not just a getting the additional scenes. They also shot additional scenes with this as well. But I
Mhm.
want to talk about one character with difference that I feel like got really disservice, and you know, um,
They did, but like that, and look, in the theatrical version, he basically was just there. But I will say, even though I have my problems with the Snyder cut, they did Cyborg so right in that movie. He was a
mhm.
hell of a lot better in the Snyder cut, and I felt for this character here.
Right, because what they did with this character, especially Cyborg, is a special place to my heart, and on you, I know for you, a lot of black kids. There's few people. Static Shock, before Black Panther, Static Shock, Cyborg, John Stewart, Green Lantern. That's based, in terms of DC, right? But what they did was character, in terms of him as his tragedy, was also dealing with, letting the system not fully control him, also the acceptance not only for him, like you say, be him being a black man, but also just him being just in this form that he's in. And because one of the lines I felt this to me, I still stick with this to this day, is when he was trying to get the mother boxes. I'm trying to pull up that scene. Um,
Mhm.
and to me was the whole point of this is that he's trying to get the mother box to fix him, right? And everything.
Right.
And but the whole point, hold on a second, here, trying to see where trying to find the mother box scene if they have it here. Ooh,
Oh, are you talking about the like after Flash did what he did?
yeah,
Oh, that's in the
basically.
the I'm not broken
Broken. I'm
line.
not broken. Like it was beautiful. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, I'll just pull up one picture of them. But yeah, but basically, the whole time, like what they did was character, like him raising up money to a woman, a single mother, um,
Mhm.
who was struggling, and stuff. Like that was just, I thought they did that so beautifully. Um, And I thought just the way they just did, and yes, it was a long scene, but for what it's worth, either you're gonna split this film into multiple different parts, or give the character development that these characters require. And what I thought Ray Fisher, I thought him being a Broadway actor, I thought he did a tremendous job for what he was
Oh yeah.
given. But I just thought that the potential what this character could have gone later in the DC universe, um, I thought there's no way that this was absolutely a missed opportunity. Especially he was supposed to be in Flash, got written out after the multiple scripts and versions. And then him, the actor, and I quote said, "I will not work. I would not go back to working on a DC movie if Jeff Johns will offer me an apology, whatever." He's not even asking for money; he's asking for an apology.
Apology,
Um,
right?
like that's the thing. And even then, there's a lot of controversy with Joss Whedon, as we mentioned before. Even things with Wonder Woman saying, with Gal Gadot saying, "No, I can end your career if you don't do this," and blah blah blah. And
And
now,
then let's also not forget that whole, like, he wanted to do that whole scene of like the Flash like landing on her, but she didn't want to do that, so we got her stunt double to do it and just like CGI'd her face on her. That scene, like, fuck.
right? It just yeah, and also like I know making jokes about brunch and crap. I mean, I thought the way Bruce Wayne was kind of handled, at least in that version, was kind of weird. Definitely, that whole experience you can tell drastically was different. But I even also I go with Flash. This film, at least to me, solidifies that why in any Justice League movie you need to have a Flash. He is default. He's not like, oh, we
Mhm.
can switch him out. He is default because what this one scene that they did with him with the Speed Force, I thought was to me one of the most iconic moments he done in terms of film in history. Like surpassed what they did with the Flash, in my opinion. Whatever, the music and everything was great. But and now and then hopefully Ezra Miller, when we see his Flash movie, see what that will do, because there's still a lot of unanswered questions with the character in terms of what timeline is. We know obviously which Batman it is uh going forward, and him having now yellow lightning, not blue, um and stuff. So I'm intrigued. But yeah, totally missed opportunity what they did, but I felt the least it gave his character at least some justice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, but honestly, I'm just saying, looking forward to the future. Like I said, this film is very polarizing. Some content creators don't even want to acknowledge its existence. So, I mean,
Right.
it's
And
it's
then
whatever.
like and then the fact that again, this wasn't a bad film. It's just that getting here
Took
and
a long ass road.
the many people online who were harassing many people, even executives of Warner Brothers, even other films that had nothing to do with this, because Snyder Cut didn't happen yet. Now they're harassing them to be like, okay, we got that. We want you to let Zack Snyder continue. And it feels like Zack Snyder doesn't even want to go back to this. Like he went on to do Army of the Dead, and I feel like he's feeling a lot happier not doing any DC stuff right now. Like, let that go. Stop with this restore the Snyderverse, please. If he doesn't want to do it, and if Warner Brothers doesn't want to do it, stop harassing it. Okay? They let you
Yeah,
have the Snyder cut. I think
yeah,
that's enough for you.
right. But at least like I said, going forward now, I kind of want to kind of read the line now to more of a better topic now, because now we're going back to um shows. Because I think after this time, this is around April, April time, and that's really when I think. Oh no, no. So wait, so was What If was before, or no? Loki was.
Loki was first, but before we actually get into that, let's actually stay on the DC topic before we move over to Marvel, because there was one show DC wise that came out this year.
Mhm.
I mean, like earlier within this year. A new addition to the CW that I think many people are probably like, this is the only thing that they care about now at this moment in time. And that is, of course, the brand new edition, Superman and Lois.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I need to talk about that. No. Um.
Yep,
I
this
thought I
show.
thought you I thought you were about to talk about something else. I was like, oh
No,
no.
no, 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 no. But this show, Superman and Lois, the first season. We're getting the second season this year. Like a couple months, maybe a few weeks. I don't exactly remember when that said, but first season came out this year, and it was fantastic. It was really good. Not just because they had the backed up HBO Max budget, just like Stargirl does, but because of the story that they told with this. We've seen Superman become Superman so many times that it's finally time we saw the story of him and Lois married. with kids. And again, I say kids plural. Usually it's just one kid, John, but they decided to get them two in this case, in this series. And the action, the characters, the story that they went with, the emotion you could feel in each episode. This is like, again, a lot of people have gripes with the CW. I still somewhat hold out hope on some things, but this is definitely the best of them. Along with
Yeah.
Stargirl, this is definitely the best of them.
Yeah, I want to comment on this because this actually was a surprise to me. Because like I said, if you watch any CD, you have not watched any CW shows, I wouldn't be surprised. Because it's just like what they totally deframe from quality what they were a few years ago, and things. Whether some things are still going on that I think they're doing better, but this show really kind of went back to like Arrow season one, uh, Flash season one in terms of quality. If you have watched the show, check it out. But this
With
show,
the HBO
like
Max backing.
right, especially with HBO Max packing, because we'll go into another show too. Because what the way they did with terms of quality, because this is not the only Superman show we've had. Like we had Lois and Clark, other stuff like that. But what they did was
You know,
we never actually
Smallville.
see Smallville. We never actually seen position of Clark Kent and Lois Lane being in position of parents, right? And actually having um yeah, and actually having children, and then them not being like toddlers, but like also teenagers going through developing their powers, also just developing just dynamics as a family. And I thought what they did was, aside from the action and the visual effects, just like I said, what they did with story, because one of the twins, he has I think it was a social anxiety disorder, right?
Mhm.
I think it's Jordan.
Jordan, and
Yeah.
he's the one with the powers, at least at this moment in time. Jonathan, the one that we know in the comics has the powers, doesn't have any at least as we know of right now.
Yeah, but we don't know, like in the comics, Jordan and Kent doesn't exist, so they just kind of split two kids, whatever, at least to
Right.
my knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
no,
Jonathan,
it's only
yeah.
been one before.
Right, it's only been one, right, exactly. So, and one thing that even what they did was just also expressing the relationship as it with brothers. Having your father be Superman. That perspective, is he being absent father? Is he being effective and present father? That's what I'm saying. This is a show for dads, in my opinion. Like I mean, for people watching this, and uh even with dynamics what they did with also grief, other things, because the first episode, let me tell you this, a lot of stuff was going on, man. Like they like we lost mama, we lost the house, we lost the job, like we I mean, man, it was brutal what they were doing, what they're doing, but at the same time it felt real. It felt real
Right,
in a grand scheme of this Kryptonian mess and stuff like that, and away from the whole comic book story. It was just real, because it's not like this is Superman who just learned he was Superman, in his inception, just like with Smallville, and which they
right.
did a great job developing those storylines for over 10 years. But
Mhm.
with this show, what they did put him in a perspective of a parent, and gave him a more humanized element to a point I think the films have forgotten, because I
Right,
disassociate what Zack Snyder does when he's saying that they see him as gods. I'm like, yes, you see him as gods, I understand that, especially with Superman, that mentality. But the thing is that when you put them in real life situations, what Marvel has done very well is that they humanize these characters regardless of it, to a point where the best scenes is not when they're doing the CGI action scenes, just when they're talking, which we're gonna get to another show, when two characters, going through the history of this one character's life, and they're just talking. It's like I said, it's
mhm.
theater 101, acting 101, right?
Yeah,
And
and I also wanna, diverge to another topic that, Tyler Hoechlin, the man who plays Superman in the show, even brought up, which is he's saying that most Superman stories that many people mostly remember or always talk about, it's when, "Oh, Superman's under mind control," or "Superman's always evil," like, they don't always talk about when Superman is just being, like as he said, he thinks, some people think that, a Superman just being regular Superman is boring.
it's boring.
But it's not really. It's difficult for someone to be as good as someone like Superman is, especially in today's world. And that was also a big topic of this show. Still holding those ideals in a world that would want you to act differently.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought that uh because that's to say, I think that's what they're missing in the films, in my opinion, and what they have continued to prove them right. Whether
Mhm.
you think these characters now more better in a more serialized format um than the movie, but I'm like, I'm not gonna give them that excuse. I've been watching these characters since I was a kid, and it's that regardless, like your animated, properties, surpass what they do quality in live action, and yet the live action is more expensive. I mean, it's ridiculous to me. You know, it's almost like I got a handicap. I almost gotta, give you a disadvantage. Get put a cap on your amount of money or whatever, just the way I can get the company Warner Brothers to remind who the hell they are. That's just
Mhm.
like, but prior to what being the MCU have done, and everything. But anyway, but I just want to kind of emphasize that this show, and it's going to be getting a season two, and definitely it was a high for this year.
Mhm.
Um,
And also one thing I liked as well is how they did the villains as well. Like our original villain, we thought was an alternate reality Lex Luthor, but then it turned out to actually be freaking Steel. And then they bring in the true villain, which is actually Superman's brother. Something I did not see coming, trying to turn the world into Kryptonians because of what he had to deal with in the past when he also came to Earth, which was basically mistreatment and and how he views the world, which was a big contrast to how Clark's upbringing was. A clashing of ideals, which I definitely liked how they did that as well.
yeah, because it was a Steel, uh, it was John Henry Irons, right? Yeah,
Hmm.
making sure I'm getting that right. Yeah, what they did with him, another black superhero in the fourth scene now, because we had him many years ago, with another one. Um, yeah, Shaq, Hammer Time. Yep,
I
yeah, we had Shaq. He played the character back, I think, in the '90s, or was it the '80s? I think it was the
don't
'80s.
know, but I don't know, but he played that character at some point in time.
Right, right, exactly, right. But yeah, we had Steel to come in, and I thought they did the character very well, but putting give a new type of perspective to his character being the alternate version of Lois Lane's husband and stuff, and then they have a daughter and stuff, which in season two that's gonna be interesting to see how they develop that.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, but definitely looking forward to it.
I also see that because like I'm thinking about it again, they technically also kind of gave references to the reign of Superman. Like we had
They
Steel,
did.
we had the Eradicator that took over his brother. Um, of course, we have Jordan as Superboy. So it's like we kind of had like references there to the reign of Superman as well, which I kind of like that as well.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Especially with the original suit that they did, like I think it was one of the flashbacks. Um,
Uh-huh.
they
Yeah,
did
the
with it.
suit, like the two suits in this season, like a lot of people were like iffy on Tyler Hoechlin's Superman's suit that he had before when he first showed up in
I was.
Supergirl and that he
I didn't like
had
that shit
in
at
like
all.
his subsequent appearances in the CW. And yeah, it was a bit weird, but I definitely
Bullshit.
like it. I mean, it was,
But like, it
it's
was
good for what
like
they were
it's
trying to
almost
do.
looked night and day. Like, 'cause I know why they did it, and I don't want and I don't care what they
Yeah.
say. It's because they couldn't make him more dominant than Supergirl. Like they
Hmm.
literally couldn't do it. There's a point, they took the given blue uh heat vision, which they don't want to acknowledge that hit no continuity error. Give him red heat vision in this shit, like he is, like he's supposed to be, and then
Hmm.
give him the suit that's look more dominant. Like, cause I understand what they're doing with Supergirl, but like the reason why she's getting canceled. But anyway,
Hey,
but yeah,
yo,
nobody's watching her. Still, nobody's watching that shit. It just listen, like,
I was.
but anyway, okay,
Okay,
so
moving on to the suits
but listen,
though.
but I'm like, look at the suit here. Like you can tell the muscle padding they have here, but what I'm referring to,
It's the classic
classic one they did here with the underoos.
from the first episode and also that flashback episode that they did.
That was
That
great.
suit, that reminded me so much because like I had a DVD that had the like old school Superman cartoon. So like that brought me back to those
Hmm.
days.
Yeah, yeah, but no,
And then the new suit was really good as well. And again, like that's why like for season 2, they barely changed it. Like I think the blue's a little bit brighter in the season 2 version, and like there's some new added
and yes, his
additions.
muscle
But
padding.
like
I don't care. It at
but
least it
but,
gave
but
him.
like This, along with the Kingdom Come suit they did in Crisis, are two of my favorite Superman suits now.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. They'll never come close to what they did. They spent it was money. Was it said what do you call it? Money well spent for the what crisis, but Superman they that suit with Brandon Ralph, they'll never top that shit.
They will never.
They'll never.
But
I mean,
hey,
CW, you never will top this. Yeah, you only had for 1 and 2 episodes. Screw it. You could have made a whole show on his ass. But anyway, but no, no. I was like, they spent all the money to get on. They spent all the money to get this accurate, and they did. They got it perfectly accurate, the hair, all of it. But nah. But
well,
anyway,
who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe at some point in the future we'll see that Superman again. Who knows?
yeah, we won't.
Who
But yeah,
knows? We got Brandon Routh back for the Flash. This past season. So who knows? Maybe we'll come back again one more time as Superman again. Who knows? It's a multiverse. It could happen.
speaking of multiverse, so we're gonna go back to Disney Plus show, going back to Marvel.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're gonna go back to Marvel, and so one of the shows that I felt I had little to no expectations for, 'cause I didn't know what the hell was going on. Um, and the show surprisingly to me is probably the best Disney Plus show for them they have so far. Aside from what people say, WandaVision, whatever, like in terms of what they did in the show, and the only one, second one that's confirmed for season 2 before the show even came out, is a testament of what they had to have faith in the writing and execution of. No, but yeah, but the show that I'm actually talking about here, right here is actually Loki. Yeah, Loki. So Loki, this basically give context of this show, being taking place, obviously doing time travel, but this Loki he did die in Endgame, but what happens when the Avengers, I mean he died in Infinity War, but when the Avengers went back in time and try to get one the Infinity Stones back, a variant of Loki escaped, and this is the Loki that we're following for this show. And the variant is basically a person who is diverging from the main timeline of a character, so a other character from a different point in time or universe, right? Um, and I thought so. This show goes into the multiverse, and we get a bunch of new characters, but another additional female characters and different versions of the same character. So I thought this show.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, because we have a new characters introduced. We got Owen Wilson. Owen
Mobius.
Wilson, right, as Mobius. And I just wanted to see J King. What was your thoughts on this show?
Well, yeah, same here. This for me, this show, I look, I read a lot of comics, and I knew somewhat of
Really? Oh,
TVA.
really?
Yeah, yeah, like we haven't discussed that before. But I knew somewhat of TVA. I didn't know that much about them outside of like some She-Hulk and Fantastic Four stuff. And I knew a bit. I didn't hear a lot of stuff. I had a feeling that maybe we were gonna get female Loki, and we did, even though kind of not. Kind of also Enchantress in a way, in some ways. But yeah, I didn't know that much of what was gonna happen in the story. I didn't really pay attention to that much of the news because I wanted to be pleasantly surprised with this, and I definitely was. I like Loki as a character. I definitely liked what they did before with him in the films. But again, just like with WandaVision, getting a lot more time to spend specifically with him was definitely something that was needed. Again, people already like Loki, but this definitely elevates it to a higher standard now. That TVA, Mobius, Sylvie, all the other variants of the Lokis, all the other agents, and of course, Mr. Jonathan Majors as Kang the Conqueror, or the one, or the one who sees all. You know, all these characters, like it definitely feels like, I know some people will say like, oh, this is just Phase 4 multiversal setup that we'll see in other films and other TV shows and stuff like that. but you did get to spend enough time with Loki. You get to understand his character a lot more. Get to understand what he's about. You get to understand his needs and wants. You get to understand, even as he says in the first episode, and I re-looked at this today actually, you know, I don't and he doesn't actually enjoy hurting people. Like, he may be the god of mischief, but that doesn't mean necessarily he likes being the god of mischief, because no one trusts him.
Hmm.
Not his family, not his brother, none of the Avengers, no one really trusts him. And
Right.
even as was said in the finale between Loki and Sylvie, she's the Loki that can't trust. He's the Loki that can't be
Be
trusted.
trusted.
But in terms, he wants people to trust him because he's not a bad guy. I mean, he may have played a bad guy in 2 films, and he may be a trickster and he may be a liar, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's fully bad. Again, this is the same guy who gave himself up, to save his brother against Thanos in the beginning of Infinity War. And while that may not be technically the same type of version we see here, it's still one that would do that. Tom Hiddleston definitely shines the most that he has as Loki since the Avengers movie, in my opinion.
Yeah,
He
this
definitely
is
does the most with this.
yeah, this was that to me I thought he did a tremendous job in terms of like he's been with this character since what 2011 or 2010.
Mhm,
So almost 20 years now. Almost 10 years now, excuse me. Um and to me what they did with the first episode to me I thought it's to me one of my greatest I guess you say Disney Plus moments for Marvel is this scene right here.
oh,
Is when
yeah.
they're just going over him and his history of all the scenes we've seen him in previous Marvel movies, and what they did. Like I said, this was a case study of therapy, right? Asking
Mhm,
why do why do you enjoy hurting people? And was the lines to me that sticked out was when he stated that uh that it's all with like why he likes control whatever because all an illusion. It's just a cruel elaborate trick conjured by the weak to inspire fear, right? And to me that stick with me a lot because it's just like people like understanding bad people because as kids we love heroes, but when we get
mhm.
older we
We
understand the
understand and sympathize with villains.
villains, and it's not just with villains but I just think with people just in life, right? That I just want to emphasize this because I made a video about this about one of my, you guys can check it out on my channel about how males can how you can identify male narcissism because Loki itself is a narcissist, right? And even into a trait, it's funny that when he meet another version of himself, he knows that narcissism with another version because he's narcissistic himself. And I think that which is beautiful is the fact of having two characters who's basically the same person but coming from different perspectives, especially the female Loki or Sylvie. What they did, which is also another standout of this show. Um, and I thought, yeah, I thought she did, very well. Not only conveying the relationship, well, hopefully we'll see her again. We will see her again, but
Oh, we will see her again,
you know,
definitely.
right? But I thought she was just a tremendous addition to the show. And she was actually pregnant when she was filming the show, by the way. Yeah,
Right, right.
no, so I thought she did, yeah, it was very well. You also see the person where she was a child that she got taken by a TVA and the whole plea of revenge and revenge that she got her revenge, right?
Mhm,
But at what cost, right? To the point like was she truly whole again? Was she truly happy after it happened? And this also goes to another how important this show was to the overall MCU. You know, basically broken the a multiverse, explaining it. But I gotta say to not only this tremendous respect this actor, my boy Jonathan
mhm,
Majors. This man been killing it this whole year. And we're actually gonna talk about another movie that's coming. He was in on Netflix. That's still my top. That's my top five. Um, is the harder they fall. We're gonna get into it. Um,
mhm,
but Jonathan Majors did a fantastic job. He's only in one episode, but the scenes that he was in and his one scene that he stole, going into being the one who remains, but really leading up to a character he'll be coming in later in the movies, which is Kang the Conqueror, and he's basically Avengers, another
mhm,
Thanos type villain, right? So it is major, no pun intended. But what they did with him in this scene was it was like I said, at the acting 101. It was all improv. It was all improv,
mhm.
right? Well, they did. Him acting. You got 2 questions.
Shins,
All this stuff. Yeah. Right.
grow up,
Everything.
Sylvie.
Right. Exactly. It's like, all the stuff the TVA didn't do. I knew every step. I paved the road. I know it all. Right. All the sneaking, all the talking. Yes. Right. It was good. It was
People
good.
call me a ruler, a conqueror,
Right.
a
A
jerk.
jerk. Yeah. Right. And he's like, I love that point. We calling Sylvie like you're a horrible person. It's like, shut up, Sylvie, liar, murderer. We're
Ruler,
all villains here.
hypocrite.
Hypocrite. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. And I just love that he had he had receipts, bitch. He's like, yeah, all right, this is how it's gonna go. This is how it's gonna go. Just letting y'all know. Yeah, you gotta either kill me and whatever. I'm getting too old for this shit. Right. You think and him, the one line I think go to the pandemic. It's like, you think I'm bad, you just wait till you meet my
There's other versions of me
variants.
out there.
Right.
Yep,
I thought it was
he's
funny.
got
It was
the council kings, the multitude of kings that's out there. Kang, Immortus, Kid Immortus,
the Iron Lad, if they might do
Iron
that.
Lad.
I don't know if
You
they'll do
know,
that. Nah, because they already
well,
got Iron Heart. You can have a black dude be Iron Man. Where they already got War Machine and stuff. I don't know. That'd be
who knows? They might do it. They might do it. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought, like I said, this show really commended, and also we know that's going to be confirmed get a season 2, and
And of
we'll
course, we'll see Kang again in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumanium.
right. So I don't even know what they're going to be doing with that sequel, because I heard about MODOK and mess like that. I was like, what? But
Well, we'll see.
and
We'll see.
yeah. But anyway, but yeah. But going to, I think, so what's next? I forgot. So this was coming summer.
Well, let's stay on a let's actually hold on a sec. Let's actually rewind back to let's go back to animated for just a little bit before we go to another Marvel thing. Because
Is,
we had something from Amazon Prime that
oh
showed
my
up.
gosh! Oh my gosh! Are you serious? Yeah, come on. Yes, my boy.
Invincible!
Yes, my boy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, you get the full screen on this. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Hold up. Bam. Yeah. Yeah.
This show, man.
Yo, no. First of all, yeah. Amazon, they did not greenlit not one, but 2 seasons after this bitch. Like, yeah. No.
Invincible. The animated show based on Robert Kirkland's comic, the same dude behind The Walking Dead, bringing in so many talents like J.K. Simmons and many, many, many others into many others into this animated show was great. And again, I knew a bit about Invincible before this, but I didn't know that much. I hadn't really had a chance to read any of it after the series, though I did, and so I'm very excited for what they got for the future.
Man, this show was
But
shit. It was the shit.
Yeah, it was the shit, especially after the first episode. The first episode at the beginning, I'm pretty sure a lot of people were like, it's just classic superhero fare. But then at the end of the episode, they're like, I'm sorry, what you say again?
It's like, and this obviously became a meme right here. Look at this.
Thank Mark.
This show, let me tell you, this show, it was so random. So random for me. I was not understanding. Like, I love the animation style. It brought back to me like old Justice League cartoons, like from WB, like that style. And everyone's like, I didn't like the animation. I like this. You don't need to do drastic 3D type of thing. Like, no, I like the basic. Right. The man, we come a long way the last 20 years of animation, just like what we can do. Oh wait, oh no, I even got to the net. Oh,
and this is also a
the second time.
This is also the second time.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
This is
No,
also
go.
the second time. Okay, this is also the second time that a Stephen Ewing character got beat up by a big brawly dude.
Right, but I said this is we haven't got to another one that's on Amazon. We haven't got, but we're gonna get to it. I totally forgot. Was it 2020 or was it 2021? The
It was
Boys.
last year. It was no, it
Okay,
was
all right.
2000. No, it was 2000. It was 2020.
Okay, all right. So I was like, I know
Yeah, you
season.
were thinking about the boys, weren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
that
like,
was last. That was 2020.
okay, my bad, my bad. But this show, what they did here, they also like. I'm not actually. You know what? I'm not even. Man, I totally forgot about this. I'm gonna probably do a video about this breaking down because there's this show, this Superman, Lois, and also Shang Chi, which we'll get to. But like talking about the aspects of fathers, right? Which I want to talk about, like the father son relationship in terms of, you know, maybe the sins of the father not being transitioned to the to the son and being accountable for it. What it talks about also dynamics of forgiving your father, also letting that go, or knowing that you want to be just like him, but do you really truly know who he is? And also devotion to, are you devoted to your family or to your own race, like who, like
Mhm.
who is that? And I think that this show did a very good job giving the also aspect him in high school, but like also giving very even though like more modern tone to it, like yeah, he had a gay best friend but it wasn't stereotypical. Yeah, they had Adam Eve and other things, because it was, this show got put out for saying stuff, it was woke and all that mess. It's like, no, I'm like this. Like I said, this show
When
did a very
doesn't
good job giving a
when
more
doesn't
realistic
someone say
perspective.
that?
Give a realistic perspective just on teenagers and everything. Another aspect of terms of how they operate, well, how they think, how they feel, and not, and some of the whole '90s high school storylines are just so outdated, right?
Mhm.
So I thought they did very well. The diversity in this show, I mean, come on, like, um, you had Adam Eve, you had the Duplicate, who's Asian, you had other, um, Marcus' girlfriend was black, whatever. But
Mhm.
they did a very good job with this. But I'm like, season two, I cannot wait for this. I'm
Oh,
definitely
I
doing
I I cannot wait.
we're definitely doing live reactions on this.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And
Yes.
but what they did, now I know what they can expect, because the lore is just so massive. What they can get when he's older with Mark and stuff. But not only the fact this show had the shock value, but I just think this show, what it exemplifies is that, hey, Marvel and DC does not have to be the only ones.
Right?
This is the thing, we expanded. When you think that, oh, combo stuff is getting oversaturated, we have this. So don't even think like that even though you guess you can make an argument that stuff is oversaturated, but to a point that things are just, there's nothing new, right? There's nothing new uh in this space that, for new content to be, to develop. But I'm like, and here Amazon's whipping this out of their ass, and like, boom, here you go. um
Mhm.
so yeah, but I say definitely high, definitely strong high for this year, for last year and everything. But I'm confused when season two comes out.
Uh, I'm not entirely sure, but we do know that it is coming. And again, with the show, like I'm definitely like this was again a surprise. I wasn't really planning on looking at this, but I was hearing like, oh, you got to check this out, like, when the first 3 episodes had dropped. And so I watched it when it premiered, and I was completely blown away by it. Like it was so fucking good. Seeing everything that was happening here, it was so fucking good. The
Mhm.
storylines, the characters, the action, everything. And it combines what you love
April
about
April 29th.
it, of this year.
April 29th. Yep.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. But
Yeah.
okay, so um, but yeah, like I just loved how they did it. And again, almost like the boys that you were bringing up, they did not hold back on any of the fucking violence. They did not. They're like, look, we know sometimes it looks like some people should die and some things that happen in Marvel and DC, but they only get a few forehead scrapes. No, here people are dead and they stay dead.
Hmm. Yeah. So I thought that, yeah. Yeah, especially the film's very comedic, especially like with Monster Girl, who's like a 20, like, 27-year-old and like in a kid's body. Um,
and then and then freaking rot.
Yeah, I thought yeah, because like I said, the show does not compare. Like honestly, like I definitely top 5. Definitely top 5. So yeah, I'm thinking like, so what's next? So this is what we're gonna do. We keep going. We actually went on for like an hour and a half and stuff. So I'm like, let's just because like I said, this is very informal, but I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything because you just um so yeah, what's next? Other than I think probably What If, right?
Well, next would actually looking at the list right now. Well, before What If, there was we brought this up. There was a movie that was supposed to come out in 2020, but
Mm.
because it happened right before the
Yeah,
pandemic,
let's do that.
it was like, yeah, nope. And then it finally came to us this past year, though with a bit of problems that also started the main star even fucking suing Disney for a moment. But we are talking about the first female-led movie of a character that's been in the MCU since its
Second.
inception.
Second.
Second, but with the character that the first one who's been there since its inception, uh, Black Widow.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, but that what was it with the Nirvana, what they did with that opening scene. That was epic. That like I don't care. Regardless what you thought about the movie, that the opening credits were off the chain. I was like,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I was like, yeah. Hold on a second. Boom. There we go. Yeah, no, Black Widow, no, this is a very I'd say lukewarm movie, but basically what the aftermath of this film was greater than the film itself, in my opinion. In my opinion, um, because this was the first Marvel movie they did prior to the pandemic, and the first aspect of what they did when they did both in theater release and Disney Plus release too. So for those of you guys don't know, I'm actually gonna let me educate you for a second. Let me get the close up. Let me get the close up. Class is in session, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm gonna give you a little info session about the whole situation, not only with the Black Widow case, but also what happened with terms of streaming platforms and in theater releases. So, since the pandemic been happening, obviously movie theaters got delayed and got pushed back. So, what happened was that they were going to do this thing where Warner Brothers, decided that they were going to release all of their films for slated for 2021 to be in theaters and also HBO Max exclusives, right? So because
Mm-hmm.
HBO Max, you can pay the regular, I think it's about maybe $7.99 or $15.99 or something like that a month, um, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
And what they did was you can go see in the theater, but also you can watch HBO Max, but no additional costs, no additional costs, right? Now this caused a lot of issues in other for other movie studios, but like Warner Brothers with other directors and other film studios. For example, Christopher
Oh
Nolan, he
yeah.
decided he's like, you know what, fuck y'all, I'm out. I'm gonna go make my next movie Universal. So because he had his film Tenet that came out, and that was a whole thing
Mm-hmm.
with that going. It was prior to 2020, I think. But uh, what happened was that now HBO Max, The Matrix, Dune, all the Suicide Squad, all Space Jams. We're gonna get
Mm-hmm.
that. But yeah, but Space Jams, all these other films, they got put on HBO Max and in the theaters. But the theme that caused a lot of issue that these actors they have in their contracts that you have to have initial theatrical releases so they can get revenue for their salaries, right? Because theaters get a
Mm-hmm.
cut from the budget, and as well as movie theaters do. But for actors, it's written in their contract that you must have a theatrical release. Well, unfortunately, with this film basically came to a point where uh they gave initial release, but gave a Disney Plus access fee, additional fee on top of what you're already paying. Let me say that. Unlike HBO Max, where you have to pay all of those, you pay the initial fee, whatever, and then you can just watch any content you want. Disney Plus have a Premier Access fee, which probably is another additional $14 on top of the already
Mm-hmm.
$7.99 or $14 you already pay for a month access. Hence, the mouse is on some bullshit. So So that was going on. So that's what happened. The mouse was on some bullshit, and and Scarlett Johansson, she was like, I ain't playing that. Yeah, I'm not playing that. So she sent a lawsuit. She sent a lawsuit up for their asses, right? And this caused a whole lot of controversy after the release of the film. The film did not break that many records that they were expecting to. It did not really financially well, and Scarlett Johansson was not having it. So she's like, I'm suing your asses and I'm gonna
and
get
then
my pay.
Dis
You're gonna pay my bread today.
and then
She was like,
Disney
she was like Maya Angelou. I'm the hope of the slave and I don't work for free. Somebody better write my damn check. You'll find a phenomenal woman be beaten phenomenally. Yes.
and then Disney, they pulled up and basically said, you think you're gonna fuck with the mouse? You think you can come here and fuck with the mouse?
Yeah,
Fuck
that's what
Black
happened.
Widow.
Yeah, so they and then what they did, what did Disney do? Now, not by what's his name? Bob Iger. No. Bob Iger, he's a saint. You have Bob Paycheck, and I say Paycheck with his bitch ass. So he basically was like, you know what? I think Scarlett Johansson, she's just doing a very poor job. But we went through a pandemic. I think she's not really putting that in consideration. And they're basically saying for actors who is Academy Award nominee actress who has spent over 10 years invested into your films, making over a return of $1 billion. And then when she gets her own installment, who's also a producer on the film, to be exact, you basically gave her the middle finger and say, hey, you're on some BS. No. But by the grace of God, they have resolved the issue. They have resolved the issue. But we don't know the terms of this negotiation. We know there was a negotiation in place, and we know it has been settled. We know she's been compensated, and we also know that the relationship between her and Kevin Feige is still strong, and they're working on a project that is non-Black Widow, something for Marvel eventually. We don't know anything about that, but there's some reports that confirm about that. But yeah, so that's the whole controversy of this film. I haven't even talked about if I liked it or not. So that's just tell you just the the mess that's going on. And but yeah, J King, what was your take on this?
The whole lawsuit or the film?
The lawsuit.
The lawsuit. Well, when I heard about it, it was just fucking crazy. It was crazy. I was like, wait, what? Really? We're doing that? Like we're suing Disney?
This
And
is
then it's
a
like,
real
you hear
Avenger.
about
Avenger.
and then it's like you hear about, all the shit that the original like the contract, the money she was, supposed to get. And I was like, yeah, that is stupid. Like, if it was supposed to be originally just an exclusive theatrical release, then she should get whatever money she should if they also put on Disney Plus, like, her extra cut. Because again, she not only did she act in it, she also, as you said, executive producer, which again is probably another reason that Shang-Chi, Eternals, and No Way Home did not do a Disney as well, and why Black Widow is probably the one and only time that they do this, at least with a Marvel film.
Mhm.
So for
Right.
me, it was crazy. I'm glad that they settled it, and hopefully no other bullshit like this happens again. And that if they ever do decide to try the Disney Plus thing again, they give people what they deserve.
Right. But I'm gonna go into the film now, right? Because I felt after after we had like two Disney Plus shows at the time, right?
Mhm.
Uh, I felt okay. This film got so delayed to the point. Okay, do I even care anymore? Right? Because the pandemic happened. We were just 3 months away when the pandemic started from watching this film, right? And this film basically got an ass handed to them. I'm like, I'm not gonna discount that at all. But for what it's worth, all the wait, was it worth it? And my personal opinion, I'm gonna say no. Uh, as an overall film, I thought yeah, it was it was I won't say it was mediocre because I think Captain Marvel was, but this film was way better than that. I think this was to me, I felt Black Natasha, she kind of deserved a better story, right? In terms of what is worth that, yes, she got to the Red Room and everything like that, but the only two highlights of this film for me that made it, if they were not in this film, I would be like, nah. But the saving grace of this film, um, one, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say the big one for last, but I'm gonna say well, no, they're actually right here. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Is Red Guardian and Yelena, right? Red Guardian was actually Black Widow's their father, and Yelena is her sister, who's also the second Black Widow in the comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I just gotta say what they did. If they were not in this film, this would not have been worked for me. But they did a really good job. To me, Yelena, this was her movie. This was Yelena's movie, right? And I felt like for Black Widow, this being her last standoff, I felt that maybe they should wrap the story off completely for her. But even though that put a cap on Endgame when she died, I thought this film would have been stronger if we got this right after Captain America: Winter Soldier, almost over what 5 years ago. Like,
Either
in
that
my
or
opinion.
Civil.
Go ahead.
I'd say like either then or Civil War. I get like, a lot of people are like, oh, why are we treading back to around this time? We already passed this. She's already dead. Why should we even care? And I definitely get it. And definitely two highlights of this movie were Red Guardian and Yelena. I still liked it. It's not my favorite Marvel. It's not in my top 10 Marvel movies, but I still liked it. I still liked what they were trying to do with it. This was basically us getting one more adventure with Natasha while also setting up her sister to basically take over as the new Black Widow as we see her again. And in something we'll get to that, but this was definitely just one more adventure as well as kind of setup. And so that's why I don't fault this movie. Again, could it have been better? Yeah. Could there have been a different story? Yeah. But I don't hate it. I don't think it's the best, but I don't hate it. And I
Mm,
especially don't hate the thing that most people were hating on, which was the obvious, Taskmaster, the fact that it wasn't Tony Masters and that they had gender swapped the original Taskmaster. But again, as I keep saying, not everything has to be 100% accurate. And plus, we still could get Tony Masters at some point in the future. But
mm,
again, like, I didn't have that much gripes with that. Again, this was a middle ground Marvel movie for me. And I didn't hate it, but it's not necessarily in my top movies for Marvel.
mhm.
I could watch this again though. I will say this, I
Hey,
could watch
give me
this
one
again.
sec. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can continue talking about the movie. I'll be right back.
All right. All right.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give you the close up. No, that's you. Um, no, that's nope. 1 second. Hashtag to the struggle streamers. Yeah. There we go. Boom.
Okay.
All right. We're back.
All right. It's intermission time. So man. Uh something else I could talk about with this film. Hmm.
All right. Okay.
Well, that didn't take long.
No, I just had to get I have to get my charger.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone was dying. I was like, we can't be having that. But yeah, you have any other thoughts on the movie?
Nah, that's not all I gotta say.
Okay, I said I had to say too. I'm done with this shit.
Okay, moving on. Moving on is well, let's go back to DC for a minute actually.
Okay, I
And
know you're
talk
going to.
about a movie that's kind of a reboot, kind of a sequel, but was a lot better than the original that came out. A lot of fun by a man named Gunn.
Ooh, I like what you did there.
And and that is, of course, 2021's the the Suicide Squad,
Yeah. No, hold on
a
a second.
film that is definitely in my top favorites of this year. I like this one a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This was definitely a lot better than the first one. I felt like I understood the cast a lot more. The action was fantastic. The colors were popping. The action was great. Idris Elba, Margot Robbie, John Cena, everyone, they definitely killed it in this. My favorite character out of this being Ratcatcher 2, and Bloodsport and Harley and Polka Dot Man and
Yeah,
King
yeah.
Shark. King Shark.
One
Man, I
second.
could go on and on about this movie, but just to clarify, I love this movie, and I've only seen it once. I cannot wait to watch it again when I get the chance. So, Mike, your go. Mike. Uh, everyone, I think our host has vanished.
All right. One sec. All right.
You just straight up vanished, man.
No, I said I'll be right back. I had to pee. Let's say they okay. All right. I saved my comments, but he's right. Yeah. Nani?
I didn't say top 5. I said in my top movies of this year.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Also, wait. That was like less than a minute.
What? Oh yeah, I had to.
Nothing. Nothing. Just your
It was
thoughts
real
on
quick.
Suicide Squad?
Be quick. Be quick. I had a quick. Um. Oh wait, I did. Yeah. Hold on. I flushed. I'm joking.
Your thoughts on Suicide Squad?
There's a reason I went to the bathroom. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I should have a sound effect for that one. But yeah. I have mixed feelings with this film. I, for one, is it better than the first one? Yeah, in my opinion, I thought it was way they orchestrated. Um, I felt certain things what didn't like land for me, certain jokes, but I didn't think this film was a failure or a flop or anything like that at all. Um, I just said this is not my top 5. I thought it was a good popcorn film for me, but at the same time, it went to that James Gunn humor where from the first Guardians to me, uh, that there were certain characters, like for example, Peacemaker. I don't see for me. I didn't think the Peacemaker from this, like watching this, like oh, I'm excited to see his show. Um,
Same.
but I didn't say this film was not bad for DC for like the DC movie. What they have, this is this was a great film. I just think for me, in terms of I based off of how many times I rewatched it, and I haven't rewatched it in a long time, and uh, and especially 'cause I liked what they did, especially with the deaths they did. You know, the way they just capped off certain characters, even from the first film, like they kill off Captain Boomerang. Like unlike his boomerangs, he ain't coming back. But you know, um, and from that mess, you know, he got obliterated. But I like some of the standouts here, King Shark. But what they did with King Shark to me, it was a hybrid of what they could have done with Groot and the intellectual King Shark from Harley Quinn, which to me I like that King Shark. But
Mhm.
and I felt that this was a nice middle ground what they did. Um, but I thought Ratcatcher to me was an MVP in my opinion. I liked her. Uh, uh, and I like what the James Gunn did with it. He took that some of these obscure characters that there weren't the heavy name hitters because he had a whole list of people he could put in the squad, like Deathstroke, Killer Croc. Well, he had Killer Croc, Bane, Killer Frost. They had all like the more iconic ones, and you're like, no, let's not do that. Let's get Ratcatcher. Let's get Polka Dot Man and all that mess. Polka Dot Man MVP,
I'm a superhero.
But this actor, the actor that plays Polka Dot Man, he been working his ass off in this year.
Yes.
Yeah, so like shout out to him. Baba Yaga, the witch. Yeah. But yeah, no, I thought they did very Harley Quinn. Now her, ever since Birds of Prey, I feel like she's been kind of mailing her performance, in my opinion. But they did her well in the action scenes in this film. Give her that ruthlessness, because in this film they just refer to her in her past, especially when she killed the dude and reference her about Joker. But
Mhm.
I wish I would have James Gunn give her own, like, if he directed Birds of Prey, I want to see a full
Oh, I feel
cyber
like that
character. I think we've got
I feel like yeah, I feel like if he directed Birds of Prey, it would have been a hell of a lot better.
yeah. Idris Elba, obviously kind of just in a stand-in replacement for Will Smith, but then not being in a way that uh it's the same archetype of that character, but he brought something different to it.
Mhm.
Especially with backstory. Still had a daughter and all that, mess, but it was different, and it didn't feel copy and paste. And some people can make that argument, but me, I didn't. Um, but but he also made me care about Rick Flag. Obviously too. Did not give a damn about him the first one at all. Um, and
Yeah,
so
but
I just thought.
this one I was sad when he died.
Right, then my dad, because I use my dad to watch Seth's films like this. Right, he's like he sits on the couch and he walks and he falls asleep. It's a bad movie. Is he up? It's good. Right, that's his rating system. He's that he don't
Mhm.
sleep. And then I was calling a film, watching what he thought about it. He's like, "Yeah, man, I didn't like they killed Flag like that." I was like, "But I like that they, because listen, you understand, we shouldn't be happy when, like, the fact that we feel crappy about a death scene is actually the director. No, he did his job, right? You know, and then it's like you get no mad. It's like, damn, I didn't like that, but that's life, and I like what they did, especially the morality of what the Suicide Squad is, that they're not heroes, right? And what they did
Mhm.
with Viola Davis, you know, they kept her in that villain role, especially when she tried to, when Flag thing happened, or with Peacemaker, that she
Mhm.
was definitely in character. So I like that, but I want to
This
see
is
what
your
they,
last motherfucking warning.
you know, um. So yeah, so I think what the I wanted to see more what they could have done with this direction. Don't know if we can get a third. We know he's doing another DC project aside from
Mhm.
Peacemaker. But I'm wondering the next thing what they're gonna do was, like, are you gonna do Justice League versus the Suicide Squad, which is probably the most likely thing. But
Oh, I feel like he could definitely do that.
yeah,
But it
because
depends
especially
it depends on who from the league he does and who
that's
from
the
the
thing.
squad.
Where the Suicide Squad is more is more precise and clear who they are than the Justice League. That's what I like think. Like, I just think, like, I just don't get it. It's just like, why am I caring about these? Like, okay, I care about the villains, but you don't got a damn fucking team. Like, it makes no sense. Anyway, but like, I say this film, I thought that was good for popcorn film and everything. And James Gunn bring a nice touch to DC universe. Aside from Marvel, he will be back for Guardians of the Galaxy 3. But I just thought this was good, giving that more of a James Gunn feel, but in the DC's perspective, and knowing that DC isn't done with them, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, so shout out to Suicide Squad from James Gunn. Peacemaker will be coming in January. Um,
Mhm.
when sometime whatever, but especially they dropped that trailer in New Year's. I'm like, I don't give it. Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, sugar tits. Like, it's still, y'all. If you've seen the trailer, you know what I'm talking about. But it's just like,
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Next.
yeah,
Let's see.
okay,
Oh.
which one?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to skip I mean, this is TV again. It's not What If yet. That's next. That's not next, but before I can't even speak. We had it's another CW thing. It's not Stargirl. Um, but I think I know it. It's not the it's not season 8. Should we talk about this or should we skip this?
No, we'll be done with this in a flash.
We're skipping this?
Yeah, we're skipping it.
Yeah. We'll talk about season 8, but not season 8 so far, but not season 7.
We'll wait till they
Just
get back. We'll see. Yeah,
yeah. Go to
No.
Akasan's discussion about that. I think that'll say enough about our perspectives on that. So moving onward, we enter the multiverse once again with what should I do? So there
We'll
was a
probably
lot
we'll
of
probably
fucking
go do like
yeah,
what
there was
if?
a lot of fucking soundtracks for What If. There was a lot of
Dun,
soundtracks.
dun, 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 dun. Every vast new realities.
Mm-hmm.
On the question, what if? Yes. So there we go. There we go. Don't give me copyright. There we go. Yeah, don't give me copyrighted.
Uh-oh.
So there. Hold on a second. Oh no, I got the wrong one out here. Hashtag
I guess
struggle through.
I'll fill in for Jeffrey right here. Space, time, reality. It's more than a linear path.
Mm-hmm.
It is a world of endless possibilities. Time to answer the question.
What if?
What if?
Yeah. So what if? Yeah, the first Marvel Studios animated project. This was about what 9 episodes? 9.
Yeah,
9.
it's about 9. It's about
Yeah,
9.
it was 9 episodes. And basically the premise of the show is kind of giving everything we know about the Marvel Cinematic Universe and giving one little detail and basically create a different branch timeline saying what if Captain America did not get or Steve Rogers did not get the super soldier serum. It is Peggy Carter. What if T'Challa was actually abducted from Earth and not Peter Quill? What if zombies
Doctor Strange.
exist?
Zombie. What if
Right.
Doctor Strange didn't lose
Lost
his
his
hands,
No,
but he
lost his
lost his
heart,
heart?
not his hands. Yeah,
What
right.
if we had an actual Age of Ultron?
Right, exactly. Right, what if he won? Yeah. Killmonger.
What
That's
what if he was Tony Stark's best friend? Thor. What if he was a frat? Basically. The Guardians of the Multiverse.
you have been chosen. That's what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Guardians of the Multiverse. I just gotta say, with the concept, what they did with the show is very well. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and many possibilities that can do, especially putting it in an animated format, gives them the convenience to push out more content quickly, but also without the budget of $100 million of doing this like live action. What if they could just make it, you know, um, animated? And I think the animations worked for them. I wasn't really
It did.
I was be a fan of it going in, but after looking back at it now, I'm pleased in terms of what they decided to do with this show and giving more realism from a Marvel MCU perspective and giving the return of the voice actors, not all of them, but certain ones, key ones, and them being their last performance. Especially with Chadwick Boseman, this is his last outing in the
Mm-hmm.
MCU, and like with his voice was episode so. And but yeah, this was we had Michael B. Jordan as Killmonger. We still had Haley Atwell for Peggy Carter. Some actors didn't come back for it, but it wasn't that much of a difference to me. Like that was kind of seem alarming. But I say I appreciate what this show what they're doing. Some episodes were better than others, and it was kind of slow. For some of them, depending which the stories you were more invested into. For example, like you had the Killmonger episode of him, saving Tony Stark from the missiles before he can become Iron Man, and it's killing him, killing T'Challa, killing Don Cheadle, it just, it's straight up going Wakanda almost 8 years
Playing
earlier. Like
the biggest long game out there.
Yeah, I like anime, a Gundam. Like it's
Yeah, like
yeah,
so many of these episodes, like they were all good for what they were doing. Again, the Captain Carter one, that was basically just to get us accustomed to what this what if story was gonna be like, different scenarios from what you know from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, characters in different roles. Like I said, again, Captain Carter, what if she got the super soldier serum instead of Steve? What would she be doing? But I also will say, because I think this was actually set in the behind the scenes of What If, which was, it's not really a what if, it's, well, then what? Because this one thing changes, but how does it affect not only how does it not only affect the person, but the whole story surrounding it? Like Captain Carter, we know how the first of Captain America movie went. You see how that whole changes. Steve Rogers, not Captain America, but he ends up becoming the Hydra Stomper, basically an early Iron Man. You know, we see how the Howling Commandos are doing. We see Bucky not going on to a path to becoming the Winter Soldier. Hell, it looks like Steve might be going to that role when we get to season 2. And then you got stuff like T'Challa becoming Star-Lord. You know, Peter Quill ends up just staying on Earth. And, you know, T'Challa basically changes the outward of that. The Ravengers go from being pirates to, like, basically Robin Hoods. He even fucking changed Thanos, of all people. That was fucking crazy. Stories like, again, Doctor Strange, where instead of losing his hands, Christine, who he was a lot more closer with in this universe, ended up dying. And the story of Doctor Strange in the movie still happened for him. But after it, he ended up going crazy trying to get her back, that it turned him basically into a monster. You know, a monster sorceress.
Right.
Sorcerer, sorry.
So
And
I
again,
gotta
like
say,
you just see how these stories differ, you know, for all the characters that we see in this that end up becoming the Guardians of the Multiverse. Minus Gamora, but again, that episode was cut. We'll see that in season 2, but you know, that episode was cut for season 1. And zombies, dear God. Don't even get us started on zombies episode.
right, and the zombies. This is only basically spinoff of the What If show that's been
Hmm.
confirmed. Because actually they were gonna do a show on T'Challa Star Lord, and unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, they have confirmed that they're gonna be doing a spinoff show for Marvel Zombies, which is a continuation. I think it's still gonna be animated. Um, But yeah, that's the only show I know that's been off from the animated point of view. I think we also gonna get another one. We're gonna get another one for like for Spider Man, but the zombie ones were obviously the top ones that everybody were craving for, and the ending kind of left it a little bit ambiguous what they want to do in the future. But I know that for a fact that what they did so well was like they kept it, the linear path. I felt what's the dude that what's the guy's name? Uh Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey
Jeffrey
Wright.
Wright made a staple in this, and hopefully, if there's some weird way we can see him live action, maybe in Multiverse of Madness, and if you've probably seen the end of Spider-Man: No Way Home, spoiler alert, possibly, not really confirmed. And as I'm thinking about it, I don't even think that's him, but we'll maybe.
But we'll see. We'll see. They'll confirm it at some point. But yeah, if you've seen the ending of No Way Home, like the end credit scene, which is technically just a teaser for Multiverse of Madness, which then got released on YouTube. Um, you know, we see an evil Doctor Strange. Some people believe this could be the same, you know, Doctor Strange from What If. That is a possibility, again, since we are dealing with multiverse here. But it also could not be. It could just be another evil version of Strange. Now, that's not to say it couldn't be, because again, for all we know, this could be Strange in between his episode, but before the Guardians of the Multiverse stuff happened. Again, who knows what avenue they're going with it. We'll see whenever we get another Multiverse of Madness trailer or whenever the movie comes out this year. But yeah, like implications, like it may be animated, but it's gonna have ramifications on the MCU, especially after what happened with Loki.
Right. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to this, season 2 because more stories that they're developing. But what they're going to do in season 2 is that they're going to give oh god, um, there we go. So yeah, sorry, I gotta get the chat. But one of the things that they're gonna be doing, that they're gonna give season 4 a not season 4, phase 4 is gonna be doing what if storylines of the current movies like Shang-Chi, Internals, The next phase, probably Black Widow, possibly. Even though they did a Black Widow Easter egg in What If with the Red Guardian, so I don't know, because that really, other than maybe what the shows, like with Wanda, maybe that it might do that, yeah. Um, or What If with Loki, but that'd be weird too, because that's a multiverse thing. I don't know, you, I don't know, but that might be weird. But yeah, we do know that this show can begin at season 2, but definitely a highlight for the year. Definitely, you say probably middle in terms of ranking, whether being the best of the Disney Plus shows or not. But I think this is just a good addition of keeping the content more versatile and giving more variety of terms that you can pick and choose what you're looking for. Because we're gonna get another animated stuff with I Am Groot for like kids and other stuff like that coming next year. Spider-Man freshman year. We're gonna get that. They're gonna be probably animated, and so yeah, got that to look forward to. But yeah, okay. So after that, I think
After that, after that was edginess.
yeah, we
Edginess
talked to
times
this.
3.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm talking
So
about?
yeah, I know.
I don't even need to play the theme.
No, you don't.
All right, good.
No. So yeah, yeah. So also going back to DC, HBO Max. So before, like I said, HBO Max been really a lifesaver for DC Universe. Some might say, whatever, or at least another, bank for them to roll out more cash to get better quality and content, possibly. That's led to be discussed. But yeah, one show is on its third season. Uh, came in through this year, and what? Oh, sorry. Sorry, one sec. I'm
Still
gonna
more
go.
chat stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Titans. All right, go on, J King.
Want me first?
Yeah, you go talk. Yeah.
Okay. Titans season 3. Again, the third one of this Titans franchise. Uh, First time with it being on HBO Max, so it having a much better budget than the first 2 seasons, which definitely shows within costumes, locations, and things like that. Season 3 took them to Gotham. We did the Red Hood storyline, kinda. We got Scarecrow. We got Barbara Gordon. We killed Hawk. So many things. This season was a weird one. Season 1 was better. Season 2, weird and iffy. Season 3 started off good. It really started off good. But then the rest got weird. The finale was a lot better than the second season's, thank God. But this season was just a weird one in
Mhm.
terms of how things like how they were executed, not how they started. Because again, the beginning was really good, but how they executed some of them. Like towards the end, it got weird. Like at the beginning, it was all good, you know. I was on board for this different version of the Red Hood storyline. I was liking what they were doing with the Titans. Not everyone was needed at every moment in time. I like that Nightwing was feeling a lot more like Nightwing, like smiling and having fun during
Yeah.
his
But listen, I'm gonna say
fights.
this: we came a long ass way from this, from this to this.
Hmm.
You know, I think we upgraded. I
Oh yeah, we definitely upgraded.
what they did with the show. Like I said, like you mentioned with Dick Grayson, him smiling, him being happy for once. You know, uh, what they were doing with Jason, I felt obviously going to him, highlight up the show. What they were doing with his character, given the dynamic between that brother relationship with Jason and Dick.
Dick.
But now where they go for it in the future, I don't know. Also, relationship between Bruce, um, which I'm
Which
still not a fan of, at least his age, but that I
yeah,
mean the actor,
let's
but
let me actually talk about that real quick.
yeah,
Yeah, I was a little iffy on this actor, like, playing not that I didn't think he could play a good Bruce Wayne, but it's just, like, again, the age, what they were going for, like, especially around season 2. I felt season 3, I felt a lot better with him playing Bruce, especially with this dynamics between, like, that episode where we got to see exactly how Jason got killed by the Joker and then, turned into Red Hood by Scarecrow. Like, I definitely felt like that was probably one of his best scenes as Bruce. one of his best episodes. Um, again, I felt weird about him in like season 2, but like season 3, I definitely feel like he was a lot better. I still don't know if I can see him as Batman. It's just very, very weird. Like, if you ask me, he'd probably do a lot better as Alfred, but they killed
But yeah,
Alfred
but
off
yeah, basically
screen.
he's dead. He got killed off screen, whatever.
Same
It's
as
it's
Gordon.
yeah.
And now Barbara is Commissioner Gordon, which okay, I can actually see that. And her actress actually was doing a really good job as well in this season.
I thought she did a phenomenal job. Yeah.
She did. She did. As a Commissioner Gordon slash Oracle character within this, I think she did really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially
Again, this season started off good. It just went in a very weird direction, mainly from like Scarecrow and how Jason was acting in some ways in the second half. Like that was really one of my few issues. Plus, how they treated some stuff. But outside of that, I still like this season. I just wish that it was executed a lot better because then it'd be a lot easier to swallow at the end of the day. It's like not bad, but still not fully good yet.
It's like it's always because like the ending, like they just half-ass it all the time. Especially when, like if you know the comics and stuff they do with the Lazarus Pit, the logic of it and everything. It's just it really was just really fucking stupid. Like it, and what they were trying to do with, uh, I know with Blackfire, like I thought she was all right. I mean, I don't think I had an
Yeah.
issue with her. I just think like it just a lot of things got really disconjointed. And like, are you a villain? Are you a what? Like, are you bring your entire freaking army like you did back in like in Teen Titans? But hey,
And then she ends up stealing Starfire's powers, and Starfire gets like a new set
it's
that's
like blue
almost
power. Like what? I
well,
don't know what the heck.
which
Like what is
which
that?
which which is it's more like energy, which is kind of closer to how the OG cartoon was, except it's blue and not green. Maybe
Green,
maybe it'll
right?
change.
If it's
Maybe
green, I'm
it'll
like,
change.
okay, cool. But
Yeah,
don't tell me like,
maybe it'll change by season 4. Who knows? But again, like there was good spots within this. Like the costumes were definitely a lot better. Like what everyone got like was definitely a lot
yeah,
better.
they upgraded.
Red Hood suit, I like a lot. Like a lot of people were like, oh, the helmet's a little too big, but I actually like it.
No, it was all right.
But and
But it's
Starfire's
definitely
new suit was great.
better than this shit.
But
Yeah.
uh, let's not talk about that. But again, it was just weird in some parts. Like if it was executed a lot better, I feel a lot I feel I have a lot with this season. I know probably some people also bring up, Raven not really being in this, but again, as brought up
Yes.
before, she
Yeah,
couldn't get the
pandemic.
vaccine yet. She couldn't get the vaccine yet, and like her actress was still young. Like she's now almost about 18, but
Yeah.
technically she couldn't get the vaccine. Like she couldn't have that much to do within the season compared to everyone else, because again, she was very young when she started in the show.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, but I think other than that, the show, like I said, is going to third season, been confirmed for 4. We don't know if Red Hood's getting a spinoff series, whatever, but be on the lookout for that. But we'll see. But I don't say this season was disappointing. Just it started very, very well, but then just went just downhill for that for me. But yeah. Okay, so what's next? Okay.
Next, we're back at Marvel again.
The big
One,
one.
yeah, we're back. The big one. We're back at Marvel again, and this is one of the new characters to be gracing the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Dealing with some daddy issues, dealing with some cosmic stuff.
The daddy issues.
The daddy issues of the real Mandarin here,
Mm-hmm.
Shang-Chi. I really like getting my thoughts out about this movie right now. I really like this one. Simu Liu and the whole cast did a great job on this. I know a lot of people say like, oh, this is, the formulaic stuff of Marvel, but I've been seeing a lot of people have been having a Marvel fatigue lately, so I just really don't pay much attention to
Mm-hmm.
those type of comments. I liked it. I like what they did with it. I'm glad they gave us an actual Mandarin this time, and plus they updated the rules because that was not going to work.
Right.
But they did a lot
But let
better
me
with it here.
let me talk about this film because like this film I say was like very important. Obviously, like you want to
Mhm.
talk about Asian representation, obviously, just with everything that's been going on with the pandemic, with this community and everything. But what they have done, I think, so beautifully, like they gave a different perspective of not only from the Asian community, but just also just a fun story talking about a dynamic of a relation with the son and the father, because the Mandarin, as we know who the Mandarin is, right? In this he's not really a bad guy, but yeah, you can say, oh yeah, he's a villain. All he really wanted was just his wife back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that yet you can say also Shang Chi and his sister, they all just want his dad, but since his mom passed away, like their dad never been the same. To a point, even in Asian communities, I know how the father, how he treats the daughter. He said he doesn't even look at her anymore because he looks like her, like his mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like her mother, right? And I'm like, regardless of the, like I said, the aspects of the Marvel, supernatural of it all, the dynamic of family that they did with this was so beautiful. The first
Mm-hmm.
opening act was a dance between, basically it was a dance, but
It
the
was.
Mandarin fighting his like fighting his wife, or the Shang-Chi's mother. It was so beautiful because you felt the relationship. Like, we don't have to watch like a full movie of flashbacks to understand this relationship. You did this in 5 minutes, just showing the chemistry, whatever. It was
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. The music, the choreography, everything was just beautiful. And I said, commend this show for what they're doing, because they got the stunt actors, I think, work guys from Jackie Chan movies, and
Uh-huh.
yeah, and stuff. Which hopefully they said they want Jackie Chan the sequel. That'd be amazing. Yeah, but hopefully they'll do that. But yeah, I just said that for this, it was just a breath of fresh air for Marvel. Yeah, they had Aquafina in it, and everything. They brought back a joke from Iron Man 3, uh, all the way back.
Uh, my name's Trevor Slattery. But I didn't mind him in this. I know a lot of people were like, this guy again, but I didn't mind him in this. They also brought back Wong for some bits. They
Wong
brought back Abomination to
Nation.
tease for before we see him again in She-Hulk. Um, and again,
Yeah,
like,
and it did what they did with like it expanded the Marvel universe, but he's been there the whole time, right? They've been
mhm,
the Mandarin been around the whole time. And like I said, it's a perfect film, no, but what they did was just a breath of fresh air. They're gonna be doing a spin-off series with probably the sister. They are confirmed for a
mhm,
sequel. Um, but one thing I just appreciate what this film it did was just um, like I said, it was uh it gave an aspect, a different side of just family, whatever, that we
mhm,
haven't really seen in terms of superhero dynamics before, right? And having the culture of Asian, like the choreography, the fight scenes and stuff like that, it was just beautiful. Yeah, like it was beautiful.
mhm.
And it was really kind of celebration of just of their culture that I don't know, when Black Panther came out, we had that, and I'm just happy to see that for them in their community.
Right.
So and 'cause I'm a big fan of Asian community, by the way. Uh
Mhm,
like with other stuff, not just like, yeah, with fighting, food, everything, culture, like art and everything. But yeah, they've been really amazing. But definitely this film to me, I put around in terms of top 5 of MCU, or like in the least of or
same.
like solo movies for
Mhm.
me. But yeah, what do you think, Jiking?
Same. I put in like top 5 like solo movies for me as well. I really, really liked what they did here. Again, the representation, the storyline that they did with this, the dynamic between Shang-Chi and Wang Wu, the Mandarin, the dynamic that they did with this, the fight choreography. I say that bus scene is going to be one of my favorite
Oh
scenes to
yeah.
always remember. That bus scene, the underground fight, like not the fight that happened like within it, but like the one on the scap, like out on the side of the building, basically. Like there's so many memorable fight scenes within this. There's so many memorable characters within this. Like, remember and respect and care about all these. Again, I know I really like a movie when I also can sympathize with the villain very, very well, and I definitely sympathize with this version of the Mandarin. It sucks that he's gone, but his spirit, and I feel like what he taught and what he really, his actual caringness for his children will live on within them. You could definitely feel that.
Especially there's one scene here that was beautiful that they did,
Mhm.
was when after he got Shang-Chi, when the Soul Eater, Soul Stealer, whatever,
Right, when he was like stealing the Mandarin's soul and he passed the rings on to him.
mhm.
That
Right,
was
and he
very
had
good.
he had the,
Like,
like, quick look, in his eyes and everything. The music was perfect, and, like, I thought that
mhm.
was just beautiful what they did
Yeah,
there.
Tony Liu, he killed it. He's one of
Mhm,
my favorite Marvel villains.
mhm. Yeah, because I
Mhm,
know, because it, like I said, it took a lot in terms of what they did with the villain and what they could have done in the future with the Mandarin, which I'm like, because Mandarin is still there, or at least the 10 rings still exists. So
Mhm.
the organization still exists. So we don't know where they're going to go in terms of being affiliated in criminal activity, whatever it might be. But we know the organization itself and how it's been a force in the MCU behind the scenes is still going on. So
Mhm.
that I'm really looking forward to what they're going to be doing with this property and everything. But yeah, definitely. And the fact that they gave the 10 rings to Shang-Chi basically makes me okay, you can be part of the Avengers. Like, yeah, you can fight, but like
But now you got something on that you can fight alongside the likes of Thor now. So
right, exactly. So
yeah.
and that'd be very interesting to see how they can like obviously they like to pair heroes together and fight them and stuff,
Mhm.
um but I would love to see in terms of how the interaction with Shang-Chi fighting other people, like how their powers would kind of work with each other. But that'd be interesting.
Mhm.
But yeah, but definitely top five. Shout out to Shang-Chi and Legend of the Ten Rings. But yeah, all right, what's next? Anything?
Next, DC again. DC again. Back to the TV side. A season 2 of something that was a big surprise for a lot of people the previous year, and we'll be getting its season 3 next year. Um, a girl with a big cosmic staff. I am talking about Stargirl season 2. Dramatic pause there. Yes, Stargirl. Stargirl. Along with Superman and Lois, this is what? Stop. Mike, you need a minute?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Star Stargirl. Along with Superman and Lois, this is another show that a lot of people love and definitely deserved. Stargirl that technically wasn't, but also kind of is a also stops. Also kind of is a CW show in a way. But much like Superman and Lois, you don't let that hinder it because this storyline was really good. Season 1 did really well. And season two was fucking crazy with what they did, bringing in the daughter of Green Lantern, bringing in a villain like Eclipso, the god of wrath, a villain that brought a lot of horror to this freaking season. No, like a lot of people will be like, oh, it's another teen superhero, or like, oh, it's another CW show, but no, it's not really. Again, it really not having anything to do with any of the shows, especially with the fact that it's detached on another Earth. Definitely gave a lot for them to just play around with this world, play around all these characters, these older versions of the characters, the JSA, playing around with this concept. Stargirl, Wildcat, Hourman, Green Lantern, Doctor Midnight, Flash, Jay Garrick's Flash, and all of them. We even get to see, like in season 2, we even got to see more of them. We even got to see more and understand, like, this is another show that shows the consequences of like to be a superhero, because sometimes it's not all fun and games, and sometimes you might end up with blood on your hands, especially when it showed us the flashbacks talking about Eclipse. So again, I'm trying not to give too much away in case you haven't seen the show, like either the first or second season or any of it at all. Again, I highly recommend the show. Again, I get it. It has CW on the title, but it is detached by the fact that it's on another Earth, and it's really not at all hindered by it. Again, I say this: Superman and Lois is my top, but right next to that is Stargirl.
Mhm. Yeah. I'll say this. I'm not going to deny the show is well made. It's well made. I'm not going to say it doesn't seem cheap to me. I've not really been invested with it, and I try. I'm like, and when I got invested when they did the JLA stuff. When they did this, I was watching. Okay, yeah, and then I was kind of down. After that, I tapped out. Like, but I'm gonna give this show some grace. It's a show for some people, and like I said, the staff is what most of the money is. Where's that? Like, and definitely not what they did with Legends of like Tomorrow with that cheap shit. But so which we don't knowledge, right? But no, they yeah, if that show's for you, I hope it's for you. But for me, like it wasn't. and I might try to get onto it, but I haven't even still gotten into other shows too. But I'm still waiting to get on
Well,
to.
I guess I'll have to. I did with you with the Flash season, the current season, and like hold your hand through it, basically.
Yeah, right. You pulling me like reminder, like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, right. No.
We'll get to season 8 in a minute, guys. But yeah, I have to basically do that to get him to watch season 8, and we'll get to that again. Get to talking about that. But okay,
Mhm.
except for Stargirl. Next was I don't know if we want to talk about this. I don't know if you saw this. Star Wars Visions.
Oh no, yeah, we talk about that shit. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay. Good.
yeah. We
Yes.
talk about that shit. No,
Much.
they did it. No.
So yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, they
Yes.
did a phenomenal job with that. So I'll take over this one. Yeah. Um. So for those of you guys don't know, it's the concept of Star Wars Visions is basically where they get um, it's still legends, so most of the stuff really isn't canon, but the purpose of this show is actually to bring man, I'm gonna bring the trailer to that. Let me do that. Um, could I do it more justice showing the animation?
Yeah. You want me to talk about it while you look for it then?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, Visions was a pleasant surprise and very, very good. Again, you get so many of like the top anime companies to basically do what they want to with Star Wars, especially with the fact that some of Star Wars is based on there, some of it is based on Western stuff. But again, like you get them to basically create what they would want to with Star Wars. And you have, in almost a what if kind of way, multiple stories telling different tales and different sides and different types of versions of the Star Wars universe. You have some that are more samurai ken. You have some that kind of resemble a little bit of the movies. You have some that just tell like really, really
Fucking
great
awesome!
stories.
It's amazing.
Really,
It's amazing.
really great one-off stories with these characters that now we want a lot more of. We want a lot more, especially like the one I want a lot more of is the Ninth Jedi
Just
episode. That one I definitely want a lot
oh
more
yeah,
of.
Night Jedi. Yeah, yeah.
That one was really good.
Mhm.
But yeah, again, it's just like you don't need to know that much about Star Wars. You don't need to know about any of the other movies, Mandalorian, Bad Batch, Book of Boba Fett, none of that. You don't need to know anything. If you like anime or if you like Star Wars, I feel like you'll like this. You'll definitely enjoy this show. Again, they're all one-offs, like What If, but unlike What If, they don't all culminate in one thing. But they are all still enjoyable. They're not that long. They're like at least like 12, some 12 minutes, but you definitely by the end feel like you want a lot more from these stories. Like again, the Ninth Jedi, I feel like they could do an entire series based off of an entire animated series based off of that story.
Yeah.
That and maybe the one that's does the samurai anime. I can't think of the name right now, but it was like the first episode. But like, man, like this show was so good, and I want more of this. This is definitely something like along with Mandalorian. I want more of this.
Right. Yeah. It was someone messaged me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, yeah. This is a beautiful piece of art. Like, because you talk about cinema or whatever as a show, like this is a concept that they do, but this is the point of where Lucasfilm that I want to see them explore, where kind of giving different dynamics of animation, but going through anime, which is like, Japanese, Chinese culture, like I really love, or Japanese, like that what they did and give a way where it's still the same heart of Star Wars, but in a different aesthetic, right? And but
Mhm.
the foundation is there, the aesthetic has changed, but in a way that is still in a way creates something new but so familiar, especially with the music, especially with the way the art, the themes in each of these episodes they do that are one-offs, right? Or anthologies, you can say. um yeah, which I thought was just beautifully made. And to me, this was like one that was I was like surprising, because I kept, once you start with one, then you just couldn't stop with the next one. We dub, we ain't no, don't not doing that with subtitles. um yeah, I subtitles the whole thing and everything, and it was good. It was a long time, because me and my dad, my oldest childhood memories, us watching Chinese films, like karate films and everything. We have the subtitles and everything. We didn't dub it, whatever, but it was and watching this, it just felt familiar watching these stories, and I thought they did very well. Like some are better than the others, right? So you pick your favorite. Mine is the duel one, It was the first one. Yeah, the ninth one, the second, and the third. I'm gonna say is a one with either it's between the brother and sister twin or the even that's kind of ridiculous, but uh the it was oh the one with the apprentice with that I think was Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I think he played it was the elder or something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're
Hmm.
talking about.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was good. No, I thought that was like hmm no
Hmm.
master and apprentice, the rule of two, all that stuff. I
Yeah.
thought that was yeah, they killed it. They killed it. But yeah, that definitely one highlight of this year. Uh, I don't know. They probably might do a season two, possibly. I mean, for more stories though. But
I mean,
I know the
I know that the person behind the Ninth Jedi said that they are trying to expand that story, in some form. So again, we'll get more of this content. Again, we don't know if there is going to be a season two. I hope there's going to be a season two, but again, we'll see. We'll see. It all depends on how this is received. I feel like this was received well, but again, it all depends on what Lucas and Disney and all of them decide on.
yeah, I agree. But yeah, but be on the lookout for that. But I also want to diverge from okay now for more Marvel DC stuff. I want to talk about one film. Uh, then I think a lot of people might have seen this with Jonathan Majors, but to me, I gotta acknowledge it. Uh, one
All
second.
right, then it's your time. Then I'll let you have this floor for a second.
Okay. It's only quick, so yeah. Well, um, oh, see, black people. Let me tell you something about us. We have rich history, and some of it might have been hidden, whatever. Some might have been lied to us, but when it be revealed, we have to acknowledge uh the greatness it bestows upon us that we acknowledge these stories. And one of them is actually on Netflix, and one second, and it basically is called "The Harder They Fall." Right. So "The Harder They Fall" is basically a film that is the story is fiction, but the characters there are actually real, and it's starring with a bunch of black cast with Jonathan Majors helming the screen, with Idris Elba, Regina King. I thought this film was just beautiful. What they were doing with the story, and basically a story about revenge, but at the end of the day, it was also just a story about family, about forgiveness, about maybe legacy. You know the the story of the outlaw. And I just thought what they did here, especially and I don't want to reveal anything, but with certain characters that he did, all these characters, every single one of them are actually real life people. The story is fiction, but but the characters are real. And I just thought, to me, when I saw this, this was just like a breath of fresh air in terms of content, especially for me being a fan of also like people like Quentin Tarantino. This film was not made by Quentin Tarantino, but the feel of the cowboy western that I feel he does so well as a filmmaker did it very well in this. And they just knocked it out of par with what they could have done in terms of these stories and having more of these stories, potentially getting a sequel. I know it's been very critically praised by the media, and I thought like one Regina King, you can't do no wrong with her, but yeah, but Jonathan Majors, he was killing this year. We did know this um doing Kang the Conqueror or the He Who Remains on Loki, and this dude's just been killing it. And Idris Elba obviously can't do no wrong there, and then the rest of the other cast. But yeah, I thought they did a very good job. Um, but yeah, but then I'm gonna go to the next part of content. J King, are you still there? A second, he probably just went to go get a bathroom. There he's there. All right, yeah, I'm good. All right, so what's next?
Next, I'm gonna just say, have you ever had a parasite?
What's that?
Have you ever had a parasite?
Oh, wait.
Took you a minute to register.
Wait, I think we're thinking. Yeah. Okay. On. Sorry. Struggle streaming. Here we go.
Yes, this movie.
Our
This
series.
movie. The second of ones to hold Eminem music in. One that left one standing at the end. And that being Oh shit.
Who? I'm confused. I'm lost in the woods. I'm lost in the woods. It's been a messed up year. I'm lost.
Knock, knock, let the devil in.
What? I'm lost. Tell me what. I'm like dead ass. This is not a joke. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh my god, dude. Venom.
Oh, okay. Got you. All right.
Oh.
All right, got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, all right. I thought you were talking about because we glossed over. Okay, so now so we're gonna close. I know we're missing a few things, but we're gonna get to that, and then get two other movies. This show, Hawkeye, and then but I want first before we get to that. There's one big show that this year that came out September.
Oh, that was actually not after this.
Well, yeah, but that came out after. This came out. No, this came out after. So I'm like, want to get to that, and then we can, because then now we'll get a conclusion to the end. Yeah,
let's actually.
ladies and gentlemen, you've been. I know the economy might be, might be rough for you, but that's right. That's right. Boom.
Squid Games.
Yes. Yes. This show, we cannot go out past without acknowledging this show. We can't. That's what I was like. I totally feel like we cannot forget now talking about this show. Culture phenomenon, the highest grossing viewed show on Netflix in history, already getting a sequel, being a completely Korean or foreign show, I mean a little bit of English with some white folks, but like
this
man,
is the front man speaking.
No, this show you cannot acknowledge what this show has done, being a culture phenomenon. I did not expect this show to be good. Like I didn't know anything about this show till we got through it, and then now I got the costume in my room ready, ready to go. Yeah, with 4, 5, 6, and yeah, this was just an amazing series. Great performances from a lot of Korean actors, and also bring awareness to just another aspect of the film media, where it's like, hey, we don't have to be watching films that are American, because obviously we have film Parasite, and that's why I thought you were talking about this show. Parasite won Best Picture a few years ago, and it was a foreign film that won Best Picture, right? And
I was talking about
right,
Parasite.
right. I go deep. I'm like the JVS route. Like I go deep in that. Yeah. But this show was just I thought it was just very well made. Also gave an aspect about you can say about capitalism, poverty, what are you willing to do for money? And in this somewhat type of Hunger Game style, but with a new switch, and also asking questions just about our culture as a people. What do we prioritize? Talking about greed, talking about envy, jealousy, betrayal. Betrayal when you give somebody rocks and you thought they gave you that, but nope. Hashtag justice for Ali. Yeah. But yeah. Hold on 1 sec. Go on, man. Tell me about what you thought about this show.
Well, I saw this show a tiny little bit after it started to gain popularity, because I was starting to hear like a lot of people like saying like, "Oh, you got to check out Squid Games." So I'm like, I hadn't heard about that before.
Yeah.
But I was one day I was one weekend I was like, you know what? Let me see what this is about. And so within 2 days, I had watched the entirety of Squid Games and absolutely loved it. They definitely did so fucking well on the show. The cast did really good, especially for like some of them, this being like a breakout thing, but also kind of like their first roles, and some of them not really one of their first few things, but one that definitely elevated their popularity more than it was before. You know, like a lot going into the set design, a lot going into the messages of this story. Again, as you said, poverty, you know, what you'll do for money, you know, desperate, people being damn well desperate. And yes, that beautiful specimen right there. But Mike, 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 get your head in the game. Head in the game, dude. But we can't go without saying this beautiful girl right here. But anyways, moving onward, moving onward. But yeah, like they did really good with it. Come on, Vince, get out of there.
Oh, sorry. I'm like, she's a model. She's a fucking like, dude. She's walking with Kendall Jenner. Like you, that's.
If you guys would like to help Mike calm down, please donate to the stream.
Yeah, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App.
Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. He needs some milk.
But listen, I would say this though. The reason, but on a serious note, dude, like this scene right here, phenomenal.
Oh yeah,
phenomenal.
Like there was, man,
like that's
that
what
whole episode was just like this show had a lot of moments that made you so pissed off, made you so happy, made you so fucking sad, especially this episode. With this, the dynamic between the old man, Ali, man, like, gosh. Which is why I am so excited. Like, again, the director said he had no plans for a season 2, but he kind of let the seeds play for a season 2. So now he's like, okay, fine, you'll get a season 2.
Right, but also it begs the question, like, how they're gonna do season 2. Like, will it be in Korea? Will they be Squid Games probably in Nigeria? I'm Nigerian, so I'm like, I don't know. Well, like people have been talking about that, you know. And I honestly, I don't know, because that'd be weird. If like, it'd be interesting what they can do. Like, let's do it in another country. You know, not America, but
well, we'll see. But like, this show definitely. This became a success overnight and much well deserved. This became an international success. Like these guys aren't just now famous in Korea, they're now famous globally. They are globally famous over one show that no one knew how it was going to turn out, but it turned out damn well good. And they deserve all the success that they will be getting. They deserve all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see what Squid Game season 2 will happen in the future, and plus what all these actors will be doing now in the future. Because now I'm definitely following a few of them. So
I follow, yeah, right. And she's the most highest Korean actor, I think, or actress being followed by Instagram.
Instagram, like literally, her Instagram blew up after this show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but plus, I think like out of most of them, she spent a lot of time in America as well. Before the pandemic had happened.
Yeah, right, obviously. Yeah, because she's a model. I know, and also you listen to the stories how she was crying when she thought she wasn't a good actress in some of the scenes and stuff here. I'm like, it was amazing.
But in that scene, she couldn't actually stop crying when the camera went off.
Mm-hmm. Right.
She thought she didn't do good. No, she did a damn good job.
She did a damn good job.
Definitely deserves to be an actress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, but honestly though, like I said, shout out to her in this show, and everything, and also just the whole cast, and like looking forward to season 2. Don't know when it's confirmed. Well, it is confirmed, we just don't know when it's gonna be released, but definitely out in the lookout for that. Definitely a highlight. All right, now,
let's go back to what we were talking about for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Parasite. Minute. And a last one standing.
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
Yep. Let's talk about a movie a sequel to a movie that some people aren't so on about. Some people are, and its end credit scene definitely gave a lot of what we saw later this year. Venom.
Mm-hmm.
There be carnage. The sequel to the original Venom, this time direct. What?
Yeah, I said I'm to the movie. It's a movie.
Oh yeah. This time directed by Andy Serkis. Played
That didn't
played
help.
Wong in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, played Planet of the Apes as well. A man who knows his stories when it comes to CG characters,
Not this
directing the
one.
sequel to.
You go on.
Let's talk about this. This film is weird. This is definitely a very weird bag. Not even talking about the end credits, because that's a whole nother realm to talk about. This film, like, if you were on board with what was in the first Venom film, or if you could at least tolerate it, I think it's pretty much going to be the same go around when it came to this sequel.
I
I think,
disagree. I disagree. I actually
well,
like.
so,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
but I mean, yeah, like I feel like it's just it's weird because like I like Tom Hardy, I like Woody Harrelson. I know that there are a lot of people, some who maybe only saw like one part of like Venom's history in the comics and believes that that's the entirety of the character. Like again, before this, many people really only know Venom as like a Spider-Man villain, and in these movies they're trying to like be like, okay, we can do Venom without Spider-Man, which you kind of can, but it's also kind of weird in some instances. Like he stopped being a Spider-Man villain a very long time ago. Some people won't let that go, but he stopped being a Spider-Man villain a very long time ago. I get that maybe you need it for the origin, and given we'll get to No Way Home, but again, spoilers. They're we're kind of maybe gonna get that. It depends on whatever they're gonna do with that. But
Yeah, I
again, it's just this film is. I don't hate it. I like again.
I don't hate
There
it
are
either.
some films that I turn my brain off where I'm like, okay, let me just see what they want to do. Let me not have any biases or any preferences to anything, and let me just see what they are trying to tell, what they are trying to do, or what they're trying to execute with the story. And I definitely, I think I get what they were trying to do. Could it have been executed a lot better? Yeah, but I don't hate it as maybe some people might.
But yeah, but regardless of that, yeah, I know you're right. I mean, I don't hate it either. My thing is, Phil, I felt this film was very, um, well, what's the word for it? Like, I felt one the comedy. I did not laugh at all at this movie. Me and my friend were laughing how stupid it was. And I gotta say, when we get into it, like the end credit scene, it basically 2 minutes of that is better than the whole hour and a half of this whole movie. And I think you
Yeah.
agree too. I'm like,
Mhm.
but I disagree saying if you like the first one, then you like this one. No, I actually really liked the first one, and I thought it had better story. And I just wish they would have took the first story, but replaced Riot with Carnage. Then you had that movie better, and then we don't give crap about whoever Riot is because we're just waiting for Carnage. Um,
Well, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but it's like if you had Carnage like be the villain of the first one,
no,
especially
I
given
know,
what
like I understand it's the first film.
yeah, like given what it takes in order to get Carnage to even happen, since he's Venom spawn,
But that's not
that would
and
have been
but
weird.
I understand, but it's not what I'm that's not where I'm coming from. I felt they done a better job making the movie with that better than what they had here. I understand the sequel not being your first movie, but just in terms of writing was better than what they were doing with him. Obviously, you have your origin story with Venom, and automatically have your arch nemesis, who is the byproduct of the origin. So that wouldn't make any sense. Just have the
Mhm.
origin and do him the second. I get that, but what they did with the story, I felt was better than the first one. What they did here, and just got better character development. Even with the villain, really didn't care about. Um, so I thought with Carnage, like I thought you gave us a character we care about, but I felt he was poorly, like just rushed in development, in my opinion. Especially knowing that him and Carnage are not symbiotic. I'm like, well, then what? Like, like that just didn't make any. It just didn't make any sense to me. Like um, that what they could have done, and they killed him, but hopefully they probably bring him back somehow, whatever. Um, just
I mean, they definitely will. Carnage has died multiple times in the comics and has come back. Even if it's not Cletus, like the symbiote at least comes back multiple times, so he'll be back at some point.
mhm. Yeah, but other than that, so after this, we're gonna get into the last one. We're almost concluding. We're almost at 3 hours, y'all. We might hit it at 3. Get those watch hours. Thank you
Yeah,
guys to everyone who's supporting the chat. Thank you guys who are currently watching. We're about to wrap this up soon. We got a few more films that we're talking about here, but I just want
yeah.
to say I appreciate you guys supporting the chat and your engagement, and also to people who might be watching this in the recording, in the replay. Thank you guys. for your participation in the chat. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah,
next.
what?
Next. Oh God. Oh, I don't want to talk about this one. I don't want to talk about the next one. Basically, what's next is a sand documentary.
No, you didn't.
Hey, you know how I and Akasan feel about this movie.
I know you didn't.
You can talk about this. I'm gonna dip for like a second. You can talk about this.
No, you asked for that one. No. Mm-mm. Now I know you're talking about
for that one.
Talking one of my top 5 films of the year. That's right.
Well, you can talk about it then.
Okay. I will. Now I'm gonna get the close up on this one. You did not do that. I want to talk about Dune, yo. Let me talk about Dune. Dune is a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. In terms of science fiction lore that predates everything from Star Wars itself. You know where you got Tatooine? From this shit. That's where you got it from. But yeah, we got the film Dune many years ago. But this film was a true adaptation, which is confirmed for a sequel. I definitely see some Academy Award nominations from this film for visual effects. I thought this film, for the fact that it decided, I read books, guys. I'm the book that this film was based off of been split into two. This film gave the first half, and I thought this film was tremendous good setup for the sequel that has been confirmed. And I think it's also a good testament of science fiction filmmaking. Going to the spaces of Blade Runner 2049, which is one of my favorite science fiction films of all time. Going to things like like Alien, Ex Machina, those films like that. I think they did a really good job in that vein. This film is not for everybody, but it's a film for me, and definitely is a highlight of the year of 2021. Now, you want to be smart ass about it, then you can just leave. But anyway, I'm sorry. He's still here. Anyway, but yeah. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Next.
All right, let's get moving. Let's get moving.
Next, we're back to Marvel. Remember when you say.
Oh, that's you're gonna say it. I thought you were gonna say it.
I'll give it cue to you.
Oh, I didn't see. I didn't. I'm pulling up the screen. Goodbye.
Or should I say hello to the second new guys to the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Marvel Studios Eternals. A brand new cast.
And you got 10 of these folks. 10.
Definitely
10
a film
characters we had to introduce in this movie. And I guess at the end, 11.
Which we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, this film, the third Marvel film of the year, and one that Marvel Studios and everyone were definitely excited to do. Bring in, these almost immortal beings who had a hand in creation of the MCU's Earth. Bringing in the Celestials that we've seen slightly within the MCU every now and then through like Nowhere and through glimpses and Guardians and stuff like that. Learning about how the Marvel Universe was created. Seeing them basically defy their destiny to forge a new path for themselves. And then get snatched up in the end by the daddy and said, yeah, no, we talking. But yeah. As well as bringing in the Black Knight, Dane Whitman, or at least the origin of him, bringing in Harry Styles into the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Thanos' brother, and so many other stuff. But yeah, and also our off-screen first little appearance. of Blade. We
Blade.
heard the voice. We didn't see the
Blade.
face. We heard the voice of Mahershala
Blade.
Ali, who'll be playing Blade in the
You
MCU.
put some respect on his name, Blade.
The
People say I look
Daywalker,
like Blade.
the Daywalker himself.
Yeah. So we had Dane Whitman, we had Black Knight, and then we had Blade. We saw him off screen at the end of the movie. They should have showed his ass, but whatever. You probably got more engagement in the film, but yeah.
Yeah. So
This film,
let's talk about this film now.
yeah.
How did we feel
So,
about it?
so like I said, I felt this film. I'm gonna rewatch it when it comes to Disney Plus on January 15th, I believe.
Mhm.
But I have not seen this film since then. My first viewing, and this film was long. It was long. Well, it was long. I saw this film with you. We had the woman
Yeah.
next to me sleeping. She was
Go
slumped.
sleep. Yeah, guys, this was the first film that he and I actually were in the same theater watching it. But
Yeah.
yeah, this was a long film. Well, it didn't feel long in some cases, but it was long though.
If the pacing of this film was bad, and but it comes from Chloe Zhao, a phenomenal filmmaker, two-time Academy Award winner, I believe, or one time, yeah, whatever. But definitely, I felt this film, the pacing of this film, was not, was done very poorly, but it's due to the point of the story that they're trying to do. You have, let me get the screen full for here.
You have
You
freaking 10
you
characters
have
to
10
get through.
characters. You have 10 characters who we have not seen any of them prior, not any of them prior, not alluded to. We know about the Celestials, been in knowledge, but we have not seen any of these characters prior to this film. So hence, there's no really starting character development from scratch, right? And some you'd
Mhm.
say might be more developed than others, but then to time and periodically, not because there's number of 10 characters, but the amount of the fact these guys are basically immortals, that they go through different time periods throughout and front and back and forth, just to give us a story, you know. And I think that's what it kind of did disservice, and might be a little bit difficult for some audience to.
All right, whatever. But
No.
okay, yeah, the pacing was definitely weird with this movie. And again, like you deal with 10 characters. Like the last time that they introduced like a full group of characters that we knew nothing about before was Guardians. But with them, it was only like 5 characters and a lot easier to get through all 5 of those characters. But here you have 10 characters, and most of the characters, again, we've either not seen or haven't heard about. Some we know some knowledge of some of them from the comics, but outside of that, we don't know that much about these versions. But I will say where the film does shine in is the aspects of, okay, we're almost like gods, but we can't just do everything that we think we could to try and help them, especially through the lens. I'm forgetting his name right now, but he's literally like, I could, stop it. I could stop all these I could stop all these wars in a heartbeat, but you're asking me not to. It's almost kind of like a Superman thing in a way where it's like, I could help the world, but it's like there are restraints that are needed. There are some things that I just can't fix. And that's definitely a dilemma that they all go through. Hell, one of them, again, it's very terrible the way they did this, but one of them freaking helped in the whole, Hiroshima.
Yeah,
And he just
and guess who won it?
that was weird.
Guess who it
That was
was?
weird.
It was the ninja.
It's a book.
It was the Negro. It was the brother. He created the
Brother,
Hiroshima bombs. That's right.
which was
I
a
blame it
big ass stretch. Like that's probably one of the only things I did not like about the movie. It's like, really, a black man? Come on, man.
The ninja
But
was the one who created the bombs. I'm like, they ain't right.
yeah.
They ain't wrong for
But
that.
another thing though that I will say though that they really did a good job with was emphasizing each of these characters' differences, strengths, and weaknesses. Like Hakari, the first along with Echo, one of the
Oh
first two
yeah,
deaf
yeah.
women in the MCU that became highlights after their appearances. All right, they both talk about Eternals at least right now. Hakari did great. All right, I liked a lot of these characters here. And again, there wasn't even really a villain. Like, yeah, the deviants were there, but the villain was almost kind of in a way Icarus, also kind of in a way the Eternals. Like, there really wasn't a villain. It was just more of accepting change in a way, or allowing change to be, a thing that happens.
Yeah, this black woman is the first deaf superhero in canon Marvel. It's amazing.
And And she has inspired a lot more people to take up ASL. I already knew ASL way before this film, but it's like she has inspired a lot of people to take up ASL, and I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, this black woman, because her performance, there's been studies that have been showing that been increasing people trying to learn sign language because of internals, and because of now, which we'll go into in the show, but Echo, because they are deaf. And I was like, I really like this, and especially showing with characters that disabilities, but also showing them not being handicapped, or in a way that's like you can still do things. Especially like this is why a lot of people resonate with Daredevil so much. He's blind, but he can still fight. Like,
Which
or
we'll get
Professor
to.
X. Yeah, Professor
Which
X, who's in a wheelchair.
I'm now going to be very excited to see how they do with Professor X when we get to him in the MCU. I'm very excited to see that.
Mhm.
And again, we'll get to Daredevil in a minute. You know what I'm talking about, but we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, like they definitely shined well when it came to showcasing these characters and what they're about. You definitely felt like you got to understand all these guys. You definitely could understand most of them. Again, pacing was weird, but outside of that, I don't really have that many problems with this film. I definitely am going to be excited to rewatch it again in the next couple of days when it comes on to Disney Plus, to see if there's anything I maybe missed. But again, setup and all that, like I liked it. I've seen this film twice. I've seen it once with you, and then I saw it a second time 2 days after in
Oh
3D
my!
just to see the difference.
Oh,
But
black man, if you're watching, Halle Berry just got married. Sorry, sorry. Yeah, this is from the Shade Room. I'm sorry. Breaking news, nigga. Breaking news. Sorry. Yeah, Halle Berry just got married. Yeah, and people saying congratulations. It's a joke. Shade Room. Yeah, they got
congratulations,
yeah.
Ellie. Congratulations. RIP to all the men out there who died.
All right. Yeah, sorry. I sorry for the distraction. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Okay, going back to the Turtles real quick. Last thoughts from you. Last thoughts. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna say I was like, wait, where's the source? I'm like, sorry. But yeah, but I gotta say this show, like, with certain characters moving forward, like Cersei, Gringo, I think, Druig, I thought a few of his characters, they basically cut off like half of his cast, but I don't know if I feel okay with them having a sequel to this. I just don't know. I need to watch this again, and I need to know how it overall affects with the overall MCU. Like, no,
Well,
like
we'll
Kit
see.
Harington. We got him. We got a plan for the Blade. Yes. But what you want to get into again? Freaking hold on 1 second. Oh, 1 sec.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking
Harry
Harry
Styles.
Styles.
Harry Styles is in the MCU as Thanos' brother,
Brother.
Eros.
Thanos' brother. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like,
Because if you guys did not know, Thanos is actually an Eternal. He just has the deviant gene within him as well that makes him look like the purple raisin that he is. But that is actually his brother Eros, a being of love that even had some complications in the comics that hopefully do. But yeah, we're bringing in more Eternals. We're bringing in a lot more cosmic characters. Again, I'm for it. Let's go. I mean, it was very weird seeing Harry Styles show up at the end, but I mean, let's.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with them, especially they got She-Hulk coming up, and she actually sent in a court for I think for sexual harassment or something in the comics. So
From Arrows,
and definitely doing
that's something I was trying to mention that.
So definitely the whole Me Too era, they can do something on him. I mean, if they want to. But yeah. So gotta say, Internals looking. Yeah, it was all right. It's kind of like I'm kind of lukewarm with the film, but I gotta rewatch it again. But there's scenes like literally Jake King, I was sitting next to him. I'm just like, wait, we haven't got to like half the story. Like it's when we're in the forest.
That's the film that made you look at your watch. For me, that was Dune.
Yeah, I was like, okay. Nah, it was elbow to elbow in that theater for Dune. Don't diss Dune, man. Nah, trash can wave. Where you at?
No,
yeah.
trash cans pay off. Don't say anything.
No. But anyway, all right, we're almost there, y'all. We're almost there. We got, I think, 2 more. 2 more.
Well, actually, we need to talk about one thing. Uh oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. You're a jinx.
Oh, oh,
Come
no, no,
on,
no, no, no,
man.
no, no, no. I was like, I had to take a moment. The song was playing, the song was playing in my head. Hold on. Yeah. First interview. I don't know the lyrics. Like, believe it, I don't know lyrics, but this show was awesome. Anyway, what was it? Uh, Arcane.
Arcane.
Yeah,
League
Arcane.
of Legends.
Yeah, I was like,
Another animated surprise.
yeah,
Another animated surprise. We know a lot of animated surprises this year.
yeah. Arcane. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, this show took me a minute to get onto because my friend Josh, like, he's really into League of Legends. I'm not. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not into League of Legends at all. Um, and I'm watching the show. It was very good. It took some time for me to get onto it, but this show was hit and it got high ratings for Netflix. Definitely got from
Mm-hmm.
season 2 and everything. But J King, you know more about this than I do, so yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll go with this then. So same here. I did not know that much about League of Legends before this. I didn't even really know that this had even happened, but I got recommended it a lot around the first act of the show because this show goes by acts. This show is 9 episodes. It goes by 3 acts, and that third act, I was now after the end of the first act, I was recommended this. So I was like, you know what? Let me just sit down and watch this. Same thing with Squid Games. Didn't really know, didn't really have any inkling, but I was like, you know what? Let me just watch it. And so I finished the first act, and by the time I finished the first act, the second act happened. So I watched basically those like within like a couple days, no, within like 2 days, and then I watched the third act after that came up, and I Arcane a lot. This show, again, like many of the anime shows we've had this year, have been pleasant surprises and have been so good. The acting, the animation in this show, the fucking emotions. Like episode 3, I have not seen ugly cry like that before, ever, and it looks
Mhm.
good, but also ugly like it should be. The storyline that they do, again, I don't know that much about League of Legends. I know a little bit more, but I don't know that much. But you don't need to know anything about this show in order to get into it, because this is basically a prequel to the game in a way. You know, this is a prequel. This is you getting to understanding that if you want to play League of Legends afterwards, you can, and you'd have a better understanding now before you go and play the game. You know, the
Mhm.
characters of Jinx, of Vi, of Caitlyn, uh, you know, all of them. Like you feel for all these characters, even the villain who wasn't even a villain in a way.
Yeah, that's what to me is like, especially their relationship with no with the sister. Um, to me with this, and just also that tragic. Really, I guess the best part for me with the season was that first act, like the third episode. That's when a lot of things just go off the rails. But
Mm-hmm.
I got still the animation style on this has been really strong. Like in a way, like that's what I'm saying. How yes, sometimes animation doesn't matter. You know, like I said with Invincible, and the people say it's plain. Look at this, but what they do here, I thought is like I said, is a work of art. Is a work, and as a graphic designer background, I'd say this is just beautiful. Like especially and but also the voice actors Haley Steinfeld who've been working her ass off this year. Um, with Dickinson and then with another property we'll get into in a minute, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, definitely. I was surprised, and I said thank you, Jay King and my friend Joshua Jones. Thank you for holding me accountable with this show because it took me a minute to get through the like some episodes for a minute, and not because the show was bad. I just was not paying attention to it at all. Um, but yeah, I'm glad I went through the show, but definitely looking forward to season 2, what they have to look forward to. And maybe I might try League of Legends, possibly. I have it downloaded. Um,
Mm.
but I just never, and my roommates are in it too. So I'm just like, could bond with them more, I guess, you know. Uh, yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. All right.
Yeah. All right. So
Well,
next.
we're ending off with the movie of the year.
Well, I mean, we still got a few things to go through though. We have like two more things to talk about real quick.
Two.
One of them
Let's
is
do the show.
another thing, but one of them is something we skipped, kind of, but we'd say we come back to that. Season 8, somewhat, the Armageddon. Again, guys, I had to hold his hand through it to even get him to watch it.
No.
Okay, short sentence, I'll say. A lot better than last season, and hopefully they keep up what they were doing, because it's getting people engaged again.
So we're talking about the Flash. Yeah, the CW. Show been dragging on for me a little. Just I'm trying. I've been trying. I'm sorry. I've been invested in the show before. And did this show like I just been like the Armageddon event they should had crossover was all right. You know, it was all right. It was invested into it, but then I don't know what they have for the rest of the season. But they
Yeah, this is just so far. Like, again, it was only 5, and then the show's not back till March.
Yeah, I want to be very patient when I share this. Like, yeah, it's. I tried. Mm.
I mean, again, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet so we can move on to the next thing. But it's like, oh god. But last season, again, as I say, and I will always say, it had a lot going against it, given placing in the world, things that had to change. I've said this multiple times, but like many shows that I've seen within like the past 2 years have had to change up their scripts because of the pandemic. So that's why I can't fully fault season 7. I know a lot of people are using it as an excuse to never look at the show again, but I don't fault it that much. Could have been better, hell yeah, but no, I don't fault it that much. And I'm the type of person that doesn't like to give up on something until the end.
I feel you. I don't say
Yeah.
giving up on it, but it just like it was like I said, you know me with this show. It was like the episode. I'm not gonna say they were crap. It just like it's almost like I lost motivation, not because for overall story, but I don't want to give up the show. I love this. No, I love the character. Like when it started out, but I just yeah. Do you think I like saying this?
I know someone who does.
Yeah, I know. We know.
Yeah. But okay, that's enough with the Flash. Maybe we'll talk. Maybe when the season's over, we'll maybe have another discussion. Who knows?
Mhm.
But moving onward, back to Marvel, real quick. Something that just completed before the year was over.
Right in the Christmas spirit, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, the Christmas spirit. Why did I go crisp like that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're talking about Hawkeye, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this what go ahead, man.
Okay. So this show, the last Disney Plus show of this past year, and also kind of in a way the last bit of Marvel content, since again, like the last episode happened after No Way Home. This show, I know some people are probably a little bit weird on the show. Maybe it's because of the Christmas vibe, maybe it's because of how some things are executed.
I dig it.
But yeah, same here. Like, I dig this show. I dig what they did with this show. You know, giving time, like as I've said before, with Loki and with WandaVision and Falcon Winter Soldier, giving time to some characters that don't get that much spotlight. Even with Clint, someone again who's been there since the beginning. He's been the joke of the Avengers team for a long time, but you actually get a chance to fully focus on him when there's no other like big superheroes around. As well as introduce the second Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, played by Haley Steinfeld. Again, she's been having a field day this year, into the MCU, bringing in the Tracksuit Mafia, getting to see another side of New York, letting these characters have fun. That's also another thing. We can't treat all the Avengers the same. They are human. They're allowed to have fun. So can we not LARP episodes and things like that? Like, it's totally within character to have some fun. Bringing in some other like Pizza Dog, bringing in Echo. I said another character who's also amputated, but did a kick-ass job. Playing it. This is her first for the actress who plays Echo, aka Maya. This was her first acting job, and she did really, really well at it. I'm definitely excited to see her again in Echo, whatever that story be. And of course, this along with No Way Home, which we'll get to in a minute, bringing back a Netflix character, our boy Vincent D'Onofrio as the Kingpin, with a little bit of an upgrade as he's throwing people across stores now. But yes, this show brought back Kingpin. And for many of y'all who think that Kingpin died at the end, he didn't. Read a comic book. He's probably just blind for a good moment in time. But yeah, this show, I really liked it. I liked how much we were able to deal with it, especially another disability thing, Clint with the hearing aid. He's been losing his hearing, especially after Endgame. And I like how they portrayed it, especially that one episode where he was talking to his son. He couldn't really hear his son, but it was just, you wanted this man to go to his family so badly.
Yeah, like I said, going on to but yeah, but first I'm gonna go on to Kingpin, then we'll get to him because that one knowledge that. But yeah, what they did was a good job bringing him back. Knowledge like there's a Kingpin from Daredevil. But one thing that I read was like interviews from him saying that he wanted to keep the character the same, but if the foundation was there, the same thing with his father. The treatment he got as a child and stuff. If that stuff would stay there and was the same, then everything else would have been fine. And which they told me that this stuff stays the same. And what happened was that after the 5-year snap, Thanos basically ruined his corruption. So he's trying to gain back control of the city. So I think that's what they're trying to do, trying to explain these Netflix shows that they're probably in between the gap of the year. Of Endgame, which makes sense because if we just glossed over,
right.
so they're not like for continuity purposes, they could be like, screw it. Even though they don't acknowledge that in the show, but yeah, right.
At some point they'll acknowledge whether anything is canon or not.
Right. But definitely, Kingpin is definitely way stronger than he is in the show. Stronger than he is in Netflix show and stuff like that. But definitely, he's not dead. And I know, hopefully, the fact that they have his character, they can condition him to be the next Spider-Man villain tonally, because I think that's a huge missed opportunity because Kingpin was a Spider-Man villain first.
Yeah, he
So
was first a Spider-Man villain. Then he segues between Spider-Man and Daredevil a lot. But he's New York's mob crime boss. He is New York's corrupted mayor. He is a lot to New York, especially within the Spider-Man and Daredevil departments. And now that we got both those characters in the MCU now, he can play both as many times as he wants to.
Right. But yeah, you're going to the topic of Clint with this hearing. I thought it was beautiful, like what they did. Because what they did was it was like right in the comics what he was trying to do, but just like I said, the scene we had with his child was like very emotional.
That broke my heart.
I love the explanation they gave to him. It's like quick. It's like you have a hearing aid. It's like what you like? Why? What do you need hearing aid for? And they did a flashback to him going to freaking
first Avengers movie, Age of Ultron, Endgame. Need we say less?
Right, get blown the mess up and stuff. But yeah, I thought it was yeah, I thought they did it very well with this character there with the hearing aid and also normalizing disabilities. Normalizing it.
MCU is killing it at normalizing disabilities. I'm very excited for more of those.
Right, normalizing it, right. And I can never match because also like having a hearing aid or having being deaf and stuff like that. But it just shows you the testament to just Marvel. Like representation does matter, but also when representation serves the story, 10 times better, right? But yeah, we will get a spin-off show. I don't know if this show will get a season 2, and also I don't know what direction we'll see of Jeremy Renner in the next phase of the MCU where he be going. We
I
know
feel
probably
like I feel like if anything, Clint, that's up in the air. Maybe the next time we see him is, I don't know, maybe not, Echo. Maybe the next time we see him is like maybe in another Avengers film, maybe something to do with Daredevil. I feel like if anything, if there were to be another season, maybe that would be fully on Kate Bishop, because again, as we know, she has a lot that she can do, outside of, the obvious with the Young Avengers. She has gone West Coast before and even opened up her own like PI investigative industry
Is
in
this
the
how
West
you
Coast.
arrest someone's mother on Christmas? Fuck
That
out of
was so
here.
weird. That was sweet. But yeah, like there's a lot that could be done. There is a lot that could be done. And I feel like, again, if there were a season 2, and maybe if they didn't bring Clint into that, I'd say maybe just Kate. Maybe now that she doesn't have anyone in New York, maybe migrating to the West Coast. Who knows?
Well,
And
my
maybe
thing
that
is,
and maybe we'll get some more characters with that. Who knows?
well, obviously, they're probably set up the Young Avengers with her. Like I know that, but when and where, I don't. I think after Secret Invasion, we'll probably get more answers, because then, if Secret Invasions we get Hulkling, then we're through. It's over.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah, like
like that's it.
it's only like the Young Avengers. We have Kate. We have Scott Lang's daughter as Stature. We have Elijah Bradley. We already got
Elijah,
him.
Eli,
We have the two Wanda twins. In
they'll
there
be reincarnated in
as
May.
teenagers at some point.
In
And
May,
so
yeah.
we really just need Hulkling,
Hulkling.
and again,
That,
America
that,
Chavez. We're getting her in Doctor Strange too. So
but really, the big the big one is Hulkling and
mhm.
Wiccan. Like they don't have that. It's like people can be raging. Like they're
Yeah, no,
the most
you
popular
got to bring
homosexual of the alphabet crew.
like
Relationship
it
in there. There's no way
it's
they're dissing
fucking
that.
popular.
There's
Like
no way they're
you
dissing
got to
that.
have that.
Right.
Like you
But
got to have
Echo,
that. Like these characters, like that's one of the highlights of Young Avengers. Like these characters, this like gay relationship that they have that builds from there. And like you look at them now, they're even married right now in the comics. So it's like you have to have that.
right. So if those you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's right here. This is what right here. They're basically setting up right in front of us. Like look at this. Look
Mhm.
at it. Right here.
Oh, and Kid Loki, is
Get
also
Loki.
part of it,
Yeah.
right?
Right, they're basically setting up. So these are Young Avengers, right? So you got
Mhm.
Wanda's two kids. You got America Chavez, who punches holes through the multiverse. You got
Mhm.
Kate Bishop, who's basically the leader. You got Stature, who is going to be Ant Man Quantum. So yeah, I mean, Ant Man
Ant-Man
Quantumania.
Quantumania.
She's the oldest. She's 22. Like who else is that? Like
You're right, right. Well, I
yeah,
mean, it's either going to be her or Patriot, but who knows?
It's Haley
It's
Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld. Yeah, what am I joking?
Right. You got him. They might replace this bro. I honestly I don't know. They replace they replace Ant Man's daughter. You think they're gonna replace the black man? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see the resemblance. I don't see the
Uh,
resemblance.
Dodge all over again.
I'll be real with you. I don't see the resemblance. They can just say that's another ninja up there, not
Power all
But
again.
Kid Loki, they're gonna recast him. He's too old now. They're gonna
Maybe,
recast him. Yeah.
probably, maybe.
Yeah,
We'll
he's
see.
too old. There's a picture of him. He's down like 5, like 10 or something like that. Like, nah, you done, bro. No. Thank you for your service. But um um yeah, but this dude just come up here with a chain and basketball, like, bro, you do better now. You out. Nah. Eli. No, I was like, nah. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, go on, keep moving on. But yeah, go on to
So yeah,
Echo.
yeah. Talking about Echo, man, she was great. She was so great.
hmm Yeah, but I want to see more of her. But like I'm not fully sold yet. Like I'm sold in the concept, just not really like, oh, I'm engaged. I'm be real with you. Like she's
Mhm.
interesting, but the fact that like I don't like it when announced you have a show after me watching her. Like don't make me
Mhm.
watch it so then I'm steadily invested to her. Cause then it's like I'm putting predetermined expectations to like her, and then was not fulfilled. And you say, oh, she's gonna get her own show. No, just let me see if I like her character. Um, because that's just me. Then you serving that, then having the hype of, oh, well, she's gonna get her own show. Let me just know who she is. Let me like, and if you've done
Yeah,
your job with the writing of the
I
character,
feel
then it'll
like
sell
if any,
herself.
yeah. I mean, I get it. They had to announce something around like Disney Plus Day, but it's like if anything, maybe they should have revealed that at the end of Hawkeye.
Right. Which they were gonna. They had deleted scene. They had deleted scene. They cut out,
Hmm.
possibly of Daredevil, which we know will definitely be in the. They're definitely gonna be in this show. Um,
Right,
cause yeah,
like that's what I'm thinking about because I was always thinking like, okay, what stories could they do? And I'm like, well, maybe they could, since of course we got Matt Murdock, and for those who don't know, Echo's earliest appearance, like her first appearance actually, was in a Daredevil comic. She and Matt had a relationship, and this is basically also kind of what they did in Hawkeye, except replaced replaced Daredevil with Hawkeye, but they still could have stories with her. Again, she actually in the comics was the first person to be Ronin.
Ronan.
She's been on a few teams. She's even been on the New Avengers, and even currently right now in the comics, she is actually the new bearer of the Phoenix Force. So there is a lot of stories that they could do with this character. It's just depending on what they do and
Yeah.
when it is.
Yeah. Anyway, shout out to the show. I thought finale was kind of whatever, but um, definitely was, like I said, breath of fresh air for the no, at least for the MCU. But yeah,
But now going to another thing, and the last thing in the MCU, the thing everyone was waiting for, the
yes,
one we were all waiting for.
boom. That's right. Hold on
We
a
were
second.
waiting for this.
Bam.
Spider
Spider Man.
Man, No
Yeah.
Way Home, the
So,
last
first
part
of
of
all,
the Homecoming
first
trilogy.
first of all, I will acknowledge something. When we had our spoiler review that one night. We had it with
Mhm.
Ronan. I got a few comments for certain people. On a thumbnail. Uh, saying that I revealed a spoiler. Um, and let
That was a
no
photoshopped
no no no
image
no no no
that had
no no no.
been existing for so long.
Let me speak to you. Can I speak to the people here?
Yeah, yeah, you got your audience. I don't know.
Listen, I'm very patient with people. I don't believe in spoiling stuff for folks, but when you have a movie, not only that been leaked out more than any movie I've really seen the last 5 years, last 5 years. The last time I saw this was of Star Wars, but even then it wasn't this bad. Where we have news pundits that I know for a fact that you follow. I know for a fact you follow these people. They reveal it on their Twitter, on their show. When you, obviously someone who watched comic book movies, I'll go on YouTube because it's on your recommendation list that you are a Marvel fan. They put these leaks that have been coming out days prior to this initial release on a Thursday night. Now, I am respectful. I do believe giving time, but I don't post spoilers, especially when my thumbnail is a fan made picture that had been put on for months on many different platforms and on the internet. You can pick up any other thing of Photoshop and that. Now, I understand your frustration that you avoided the internet. You saw my thumbnail, but really, I don't believe that you just saw my thumbnail when you got back onto the internet. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. I appreciate it. But I was spoiled too on recommendation that was way worse than you saw in that thumbnail. I got soundtracks. And I just gotta say this. I believe certain things is a PP, a personal problem. I believe that you treat yourself accordingly, unlike other content creators such as Grace Rendoff, Campia, who revealed it to you. But I digress. I will keep the integrity of my platform as strong, and will God be my witness to this day. But I did not appreciate that. And am I being a little salty? I am, and nothing serious, bro. But anyway, y'all. Anyway, I'm done ranting about it. But I ain't that salty about it. But yeah, guys, it was on Thursday night. No, everybody saw it. Like, come on. But anyway, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the movie. Yeah, man. Listen, the long and this is a put a cap on this amazing year. But ending off in a good way. Pay off almost 3 generations of Spider-Man coming together, And listen, you didn't have to be a Avengers fan, an MCU fan to appreciate this film. Everybody, you watched Spider-Man when you were a kid in 2002, um, with the Sam Raimi movies. If you were a kid watching the Andrew Garfield movies back in 2012, right? This film was for us, for Spider-Man fans, and to me, they did it justice and then some. They get a culmination of not only this character, but also a cap on his storyline, but not a cap on his legacy. I think it's going to continue more, as we know, will be confirmed. The way they balanced in terms of legacy characters in this film, the dialogue, the screenwriting, the pacing of this film, the amount of villains they have in this film, the themes, the morals they have in this film, earning the line with great power come great responsibility. Thinking that because of MCU, we lost the integrity of who Spider-Man is, but really, this was just his origin story. The fact that he earned the name Spider-Man, he earned the title from being not Iron Man Jr., all that jokes everyone been saying about. To him, making adult decisions at the end, making mistakes and learning from them, living with them, really got me off with one of the greatest scenes in the MCU or Marvel movie of all time is when you have 3 generations of one single character on a rooftop mourning. To me, hands down, one of the greatest scenes of all time. And I commend to the actors who have returned to their previous role of still holding the weight of who they are, but still letting this be Tom's movie. But yeah, this film is textbook for me. Definitely top 3 of Spider-Man films of all time. I don't know where I'll rank, in terms of rank it being superior. Definitely not better than Spider-Verse. To me, that's still not better than Spider-Man 2, in my opinion. But what they did was just a testament of filmmaking and really a celebration of Spider-Man. But yeah, J. King, go ahead.
Okay, so this film, we've already discussed this a lot. We've already had a lot of discussions about this. Anything I said has already been said before, but if I can say anything more, is that this film was definitely worth the wait. Even with all the rumors that everyone had, some that came true, some that didn't. I still very much enjoy this film. Like, again, it's been weeks since we've seen it, but it's like, I still enjoy this
I saw
film.
it 3 times. 3 times.
I've only seen it once so far, but I will see it again at some point.
Okay.
But yeah, this film was just a great ass.
It's all right, man.
All right. It's just a great
Oh! You get Alexander, man. You get. I did it there. I did this. I gave you the appetizer, and I gave you the entree. Boom. But you good, Alexander, bro. You good, man.
Okay. You got Alexander. Probably shouldn't have been here, but okay. So yeah. Anyways, where was I? Yeah. So this film, to me, even though I haven't seen it once and it's been a couple weeks, I still like this film a lot. I really, really like what they did here. Again, I am one of the few people that have been on board with what they've been doing with MCU Spidey. I can understand where a lot of people have their complaints with him, being like, oh, he relies too much on other superheroes or other heroes' technology, or he can't understand grief, or he's, too much of a wuss, or whatever comments that people can make. But again, there is a reason that I have been sticking with this, and that's because I wasn't going into any of his films, Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, expecting it to be anything like what I've seen before with Andrew or with Toby. I knew it was going to be different because it's going to be a different direction. Those two were in universes where no other superheroes existed, where they had to make the definition of what a hero means. Meanwhile, Tom came in around the time of Civil War when being a superhero was already well defined for so many years at this point. So I knew there was going to be some differences. I knew there was going to be, things that happened here that wouldn't necessarily happen in the last two incarnations. But I didn't let that hinder, because literally anyone can be Spider-Man, and any type of Spider-Man story can be told. So
Mhm.
that's why I had a lot more acceptance with this and why I've been able to enjoy Homecoming, Far From Home, and even No Way Home. You know, Far From Home is probably my least favorite, but that doesn't mean I hate it. I still like that movie. Homecoming, I still like that movie. Again, as you said, this was basically an origin. Like so many people are expecting him to be, the down on his luck, living off of canned beans, no one to call on except Aunt May type of person that Toby was, or maybe the existential, hyper emotional person that Andrew was. People were expecting him to be one way because people have their own views on what Spider-Man should be. But I'm the type of person that really accepts any type of version, or at least can accept trying to understand different types of versions of my characters. Because again, I know that there's a multiverse out there. I know that there's a universe where Spider-Man uses guns and just doesn't give a shit no more. I know that those universes exist, but that's still Spider-Man to me. At least that version of Spider-Man. Again, like you really can't fault anyone. This is his origin, and now he's going to be the Spider-Man that most people would want, though at the cost of no one knowing Peter Parker
And
anymore.
let me talk about this because this is also spoiler alert for all of us from film. Like
Mhm.
honestly, at this point, I mean, but
Yeah, honestly, at this point, if you
um,
haven't seen it, just go.
but let me tell you, this is like what they did. The ending to me was so beautiful.
Mhm.
Was that they and I'm gonna make a video about this, but I'm going more my like of the videos what can like black males like learn from Peter Parker. It was the ending in the
Yes.
coffee shop to me. It's like
Mhm.
the acting that Tom Holland did because I really like I thought he was a kid, but to me like that's when he matured, and it's something I had to actually go through recently this year. Um, looking at whether you could try to go fix something or just let it be and move on, and knowing that everything's gonna be okay, and not taking the selfish route because I won't say it was selfish because it is debatable, but it's more of trying to be the fixer, constantly
Mhm.
fixing things, trying to do things with do what's right, and I'll constantly worry. The whole film, he was worried like I can't let these guys die. I
Mhm.
can't let them die. Like I gotta fix them. When really he should have logically like these are villains from your other universe that fought a version of you. They're villains. Let them die. But no, he's like you help if you help one
If
person,
you
you
help
help
if you help everyone.
you help everyone. Now it's like and to me the fact that to me that got scene that got me choked up was when they rehabilitated Doc Ock,
Mhm.
and he said like the voice in his head was stopping, right? And it go back to the line I was saying how us as children we understand we love heroes, but when we're adults we understand the villain. And like I said with life, there's people life happens to everybody, and sometimes people can be be a byproduct of their environment or a situation that might come through. But
Mhm.
and sometimes being a byproduct of your choices, that choice could be taken away from you. Some for some
Mhm.
folks, you know,
Right.
Doc Ock, he was a victim of his own genius. He didn't know he got fried like from the inhibitor chip, right? Let the arms control them, right?
Mhm.
You have Jamie Foxx. He fell into box of eels, whatever. But all he really wanted to be was accepted and noticed. He thought he was forgotten, right? Sandman just want to see his daughter. He just want to see his daughter. The lizard being consumed by him just want to try to get his arm back, right? And then you have Norman. No, but
You
Goblin,
know, I'm
you
something
know,
of a scientist myself.
self, right? Yes. No, I thought the lines is, I guess I gotta watch where you fall, I guess, beautiful, right? And then and then the scene where Toby come back, finally get Doc Ock, and he's like, the theme comes on. He's like, it's Peter, you here? You grown up, whatever. It's like, how you
Like
been?
that scene, like, damn.
And he said the
Like
line, and then I didn't remember it was he quoted from Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man 2,
the
when he was
power of
talking
the
to him like,
sun
not in the palm of my hand, not that.
and And
It
the
was also the
pomegranate.
scene. He's like, you seem your Connor's like, your Dr. Connors. You told me you're very brilliant, but you're very lazy.
Mhm.
He's like, well, I'm trying to do better.
Better,
And then he
right?
talked to him like, how you been? Try and do
Trying to
better.
do
I
better.
was like, yes. I was like, and the scene. Obviously, I told you this when he was talking to like, he said like, you grown up. It's like I was like, you're all grown up. I was like, I thought you talking to me.
Right,
Are you talking
right.
to me?
I was
Like,
like, I
I
was
rewrite that scene all the time. I'm just like, the joy in his face. To just see, I'm just like, man, you
like,
know.
I look back at that and I almost choke up every time.
They even like also with Andrew redeeming from himself with Gwen, but like like I said, the rooftop scene is just like, you know, I lost my Gwen, I lost my MJ, right? But
Mm,
then I stopped pulling my punches. I got rageful and I got bitter, and I don't want you to be like that with me,
mhm.
Um, and it's just subtle things of just like him looking at them when they, in the lab, and then when he got her, he's still choked up about it and stuff. It's just like,
Yeah,
that's to me that, but that's it. This film
yeah.
just in a small fan service, and they could have done more. They could have done
Mhm.
more, and I heard there might have been some deleted scenes about that, like conversations, like talking about like their version of their Green Goblin or whatever, or something
Yeah,
like that, or
so many people wanted, like, a lot, like, they wanted so much to be
like
happening, like
because honestly, like people's like, I want to see MJ and Peter Parker and their daughter or something, or whoever see Shailene Woodley or something or whatever, as MJ. Uh,
right,
but
they wanted so much, but we got enough, we
see
got
the
enough.
original Aunt May or something like that. Man, they did that, man. I would shoot, and she's
Oh
still alive,
gosh.
I think. Yeah, but yeah, I think she is. I think she's still alive. Um, let me go. Actually, I'm gonna look right now. Let me go see.
Okay, well, while you look that up, basically, and an overall, this film will definitely go down as one of the best experiences of 2021 and probably one of the best experiences in cinema. Martin Scorsese, don't say shit. Again, like this is one of the best things I've ever seen. Not because of, well, I mean, bits of fan service here and there, but I really liked it because of how they treated the characters maturely.
Hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Hold on.
While
Yeah,
you
'cause
look that up, I guess I'll get us prepared for the last topic,
what?
the thing we didn't have a chance to talk about yet.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
go
yeah,
back
yeah,
to
yeah,
where it all started.
yeah, yeah. Back to where it all
Back to the
started.
Matrix.
Tra- The Matrix. Yeah. Go ahead. I was
Oh, you
wondering
want me to go ahead
something
and start?
to you. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm looking up on the actress Aunt May.
Uh,
Uh, 94 years young. Yes. She was born in September 19th, 27. And she's 94 today. Still kicking. Still kicking. Ain't that a blessing?
damn,
Yeah. Oh, also, rest in peace, Betty White.
Betty White. Yeah,
Man, gave her a couple of weeks, man. She would.
yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, but
All
yeah,
right.
no, Rosemary Harris. She's the best Aunt May. Um, 94 years old. Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, going to that, we're gonna talk about the yeah, hype us up, King.
The Matrix. The Matrix is one of those films that really changed up the genre when it first came out. We had the first film that many people are fond of. The second one that I think some are a little bit fond of, and the third that not that many people were. The
I watched
franchise
all
was
of them
gone.
back to back, man. I don't give a. Go
The
ahead.
franchise was gone for a while, but this year it was resurrected. In the Matrix Resurrections, Keanu Reeves coming back once again with some new faces holding iconic characters like Yaya, killing as Candyman, and now as the new Morpheus. Uh, this film
So you
came
go
out.
ahead and I'll respond. I know your thoughts on it, but go ahead.
Okay. So this film, I can understand that there are some people that have problems with this film. I understand that there are some people that were rocking with the first half but weren't with the second, or vice versa, wasn't rocking with the first half but liked a lot of the second. To me, I again, as I say, I just watch and try to, you know, get whatever message that they're trying to tell with any of these stories. That's the type of person I am. I don't hate this movie. I don't love this movie. I just like it. It's not bad, but it's not the greatest. Could it have been better? Yeah. I say that about a lot of stuff. Could it have been better? Yeah, definitely. But again, I don't fault what they were trying to do. Keanu Reeves is still killing it as Neo. I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's got to relearn this all over again. But like, you've been gone for as long as he has, especially like not just within our actual years it's been since the last Matrix, but also exactly how many years it's been that they reveal in the movie. Like a fucking course, he would have to learn all over again. It's like if a freaking 97-year-old was turned back into a 5-year-old kid.
Okay.
But anyways, like actually talking about the film, this new incarnation of the Matrix, what they were doing, some parts I understood, some parts I was like, eh. Again, just basically sum it up. The actors, I think they did good. But the story was just a little weird. I don't mind Agent Smith being back. I don't mind the story that they were trying to do. I even like Neil Patrick Harris as technically the villain of the film. But there was just some weird spots in there. It didn't put a bad taste in my mouth. It was just, I don't know how to feel about it still. So, in overall, I like it, but I don't know how to feel fully. I like it though. I don't hate it as most people would.
Okay. So I share some of your thoughts similarly. There's also a few things that guys say I disagree with. So first off, I don't understand some of the backlash this film is getting, like being woke.
Yeah, no,
I want to acknowledge that. The biggest thing about that, and mainly because of one topic, which we'll get to, spoiler alert, whatever,
Mhm.
uh, but I don't see that at all. At all. Other than the actors being like knowing them being, part of the alphabet crew. I don't see that at all. Um so I don't get what they're saying. So woke and best. I'm like, where?
Yeah,
Where?
look, a lot of people could say that about a lot of, like, things. I turn my brain off to that, like, they complain to complain. I don't pay them any attention.
But anyway, I just want to acknowledge that. Now, I'll say for me, the Matrix trilogy for me is my old child memory. My dad, that's the thing we would used to fight kung fu. He was like lift me up on the floor, walk on the walls, and mess like dodging bullets, all that stuff, right? But one thing, this is like I can take any of the original Matrix movie and I'll rewatch them, all three of them, on site, right? And I was I like the set to me. My dad, the second one's it's our favorite, the second one,
Mhm.
right? You guys tell me, regardless of that PlayStation 2 graphics of Agent Smith fight, you can't tell me a fight scene that tops that. Uh, or the scene with him fighting in the castle or the mansion. You
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
nah. And that's one of the complaints I have. The choreography in this film was so lukewarm. I was like, that's the
Yeah.
biggest thing I was like waiting for. 'Cause I know Matrix choreography. There is
Mhm.
no other, right? So when I
Yeah,
saw
I will agree on that. The choreography was weird.
So I was waiting for it. I'm just like, nah. Like especially they had one kick that Trinity did with the back kick when she came back. I was like, okay. My dad smiled on that mess, but they kept doing no. Eh, you know the music a little bit like there was one theme for like that recurring theme I listened back to. I like this music a little bit, but let's talk about some stuff I did like, right? um
Mhm.
yeah, Nick Jonas's wife, right? She came back as the T. Like I knew that was her in the trailer, and I'm glad they confirmed it. I was like, yes, it
Mhm.
makes and not the same actress, but I liked it.
Yeah.
Continuity wise, I liked what they did with in terms of the lore. growing more with technology in 20 years now 60 years in the real world, right? Having programs interact with the real world and with these like beads and everything, and have programs interact with the real world. I like that. That's smart, right? Um, I like the advancement of Iowa, the new Zion, and they can grow fruits, and vegetables and mess like that, right? I like that. What I don't like, Jada.
Really?
You mailed the shit out of this role. You shouldn't have been here. No, Jada. Listen, Jada. No, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, Jada. No. Um, we won. We got Lawrence Fish. We won Lawrence Fishburne, and we got you. Out of all people, we could have gotten Hugo Weaving. We got you. Nah. No. We got the aunt from the Family Matters.
Give me a minute. Damn it, dude.
We got. Listen.
I hate you. Oh. Damn it. You saw that, didn't you?
Welcome to the garden, Neo.
Oh. Damn it.
That makeup, that horrible makeup. You think I didn't see that shit? Like, you think I was
hell.
like you thought, like, Warner Brothers. You thought I was stupid, that you thought you can persuade me and try to finesse me and all that mess. I saw through that bullshit. I saw through it. I'm like, that is not like horrible makeup. Horrible.
This is the last time I'm drinking anything with you on stream.
Nah. I was just like, welcome to Garney. I'm like, hey, that's the like. I'm like, Dad, that's the. Like, I'm like, Dad, that's I was sitting on the couch like that's who that? Like, was she someone? Like, no, that's the aunt from Family Matters.
Bro. Oh my god.
Oh God, Miss Day and Age, the view and a good man of gaze. Family ties. Aside these fitful walls. Stop. It's alright.
Stop.
The family.
I'm putting my one hands up. Stop. Stop.
Oh man. Oh, this is a good way to end off. Yeah. This is a good way to end off. Cause I'm like, nah, you ain't. Please. Anyway. Yeah. Just some of the fight scenes. I know, like, you could have done better than that. That's the big thing. You got that. You got the Mayor Vinci back, and as a freaking fight. Oh, well, like all the like, man. Shit. The Mayor Vinci, as he's exiled program, Lava Oracle. She got purged. She got all the old program. They got purged. The ones that they went through the purge. But yeah, they resurrect Neo and Trinity, but their bond is simple. But the whole point, if you want to talk about the Jesus Messiah figure, this makes sense. So it's not wokeness because her name, she's Trinity. Jesus is Neo, and Trinity is the Holy Spirit. So when they were resurrected, when they rose on the third day, where's the choir? The Trinity was complete. The Holy Spirit lifted up Christ himself.
Stop!
Yes, they defy gravity. That's why she was the one flying. And that's the thing I've seen from these folks like, oh, that's BS. How can they? Ninjas.
I think we did take a sip there.
No, but but no, I was disappointed. Disappointed with Yahab. I do my team. Like, man, I thought you were getting off strong this year, but no, I'm like, you're supposed to be a mix between Agent Smith and Morpheus. How? Why? Morpheus, yeah, like why you need to be a mix between Morpheus and Agent Smith, but then yet you got another Agent Smith who is Agent Smith who don't look like Agent Smith. So what the fuck?
I mean, I don't think that's what anyone was focusing on. I think they were focusing on the one thing he said he was trying not to do with Morpheus, make Morpheus sexy. He literally said, "I'm trying not to," but I'm hearing people in the crowds in my theater like, "Damn."
No, but like he like that scene with the yellow suit. I'm like, that's killer. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like that's fly. Well, I'm like, okay, but what like and then you can't fight worth a damn. Shit. So how you not there? He just been knocked this shit like but nah. And then yet you didn't you're Morpheus, and then I don't like it, and it wasn't even good that you had the real Morpheus flashback right behind his performance. Morpheus, like, nah, man, you wait. This is cosplay at this point. It's cosplay at this point.
If you want the truth, Neo, you're gonna have to follow me.
Oh shit. No, by the way.
What? No, you're not about to do it again. Stop! You already did it with Squid Game. Please. I get it, dude, but come on, man. All right, that's it. Take your oogling session. Take your oogling session.
All right, I'm done. All right, okay, all right, then. All right. Oh wow, we hit the 4-hour mark. Look at that. Yes, but no. Honestly though, I thought she
But
was. I
that's
actually
what.
thought she was. I thought she was pretty good. Honestly, I'm not
Oh
gonna
yeah,
lie.
she
I thought
was.
she. Yeah, I'm not. That's
Mhm.
what. um, I thought the aesthetic of the film, what they're trying to do, was good. Like the concept of it, and trying to get Trinity back. Yeah, I liked it, but it just I felt this was half a movie. Like, especially well, shit, you had half of Wachowski. Shit, I mean, like like so it. I mean, it made sense. So, but and she left Shang-Chi for this shit.
Right,
You were
right.
supposed to be
See what even said. Like I heard you were supposed to be in our movie.
right. And honestly, and I actually don't see it
Hopefully,
as a
she's in the sequel.
I actually don't see this as a flop for her because the fact that like they called you back, I'm like, they're gonna get you. They had your number. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I think she's all right. And I don't think this is
Yeah.
and I honestly don't think this is a failure for her. I really don't. Like
Oh no, it's definitely not.
no, but and it's not a bad move. Like I don't think it's like, oh, like, I've seen worse stuff than like I just know wow after we watched this movie, me and my dad were just like, like it you didn't feel like really the epicness, like, oh, they're back, or something in the way the scale of the original. To me, I don't see them making a sequel out of this. I don't see another trilogy, and I'm fine with it. I'm actually fine. Like, give it as a film like this, cool. If you want to talk about like the story of the holy, like, I mean, turn the biblical reference to what they do, it makes sense. You got through the ark, got through the crucifixion, then you got to the resurrection, and that's it. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm fine if they don't make another movie of this. But I'm like, where? What would you do? Especially when Hugo Weaving said he was almost about to come back, which I thought would have made it better because this Agent Smith didn't do shit. Like, other than like go against the program, which would have made it more significant for him to turn on Neil Patrick Harris if it was him. You have a skin of this dude I don't know. I don't give a shit. Just say, Mr. Anderson. Who are you, ninja? But yeah, that's it. That was it. But and then listen, because like that was a big scene. The ending when Trinity's jumping and she holding him. That I know everybody's talking about that shit. I was like, are you doing this and stuff like? And so I like to me like, yeah, the Holy Trinity is complete. Y'all don't have read lick of scripture. And yet it's Sunday right now. I go to church in about 6 hours. And y'all know what the hell you're talking about. Man, I should have done a review about this, but I might clip this shit. Because I tell you, internet, y'all some bullshit. I know I'm not saying you don't have to like the movie. I said this film was not for me. Like, it's whatever. I called the movie on their mess. But come on.
And with that, we concluded.
Yeah, for that, we conclude your already scheduled program today. Y'all, this has been a record. We hit 4 hours and 5 minutes and counting. And we still see people there still watching. I want to say thank you guys so much for your support for the channel, and especially I'm calling it we're gonna get 1,000 subscribers this year. We're at 231 subscribers strong, and we're gonna be moving forward soon. Thank you guys also for your response for my last video I posted of me on the Lapeef Network. Also there's another panel platform that I am on, but I'm also going to be pushing out more content solely on this channel too that I've been doing prior. If you go through my catalog and everything, that's going to be more like videos like the one you saw yesterday. So I appreciate you guys' feedback, and also please let me know any type of topics that you guys want me to kind of cover, because I want to target more of younger Black males in a similar issue like this, as well as using content like I said, from movies, from stories, from literature, education, to a way that I can try to formulate in a way that might be like a monologue or lecture. So be engagement for you guys. So a way that I hope I can just get more directive content moving forward. And I know that Jay King, he'll be a part of that, and other people, Black Man Filter and other folks. I know. Thank you guys for your support, for your feedback going to New Year. And we started out strong. We're getting these watch hours, and we're going to get this. But more importantly, we're going to get the content and the quality of this content where it's going to be. But yes, guys, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, comment, like, and share. Jay King, can you make sure you put your social media down where people can follow you? You hear me?
Oh, you want me to say it? Okay.
Yeah, say it.
Okay. Instagram JKing_ZIO. That's where you guys can find me. Otherwise, you'll find me on the streams with Akasan on Twitch. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and you can find me here on Jedi Mike 7, and you can find me on Instagram at Jedi Mike 7. And I'm actually gonna be doing a live stream tomorrow, which can be going more to education thing I'm talking about after I have church. So be on the lookout for that. Make sure you hit the notification bell, and let me guys know what was your favorite film of the year. What was your favorite show of the year? What was the worst? What thing you thought was absolutely god awful? You want knowledge, and also tell me what you got to look forward to the new year. We got content coming. We know we got a ton of movies this year for 2022. We're looking forward to, but yeah, guys, I want to conclude this broadcast. Until next time, this is Jay King, and this is Jedi Mike 7. Until next time, God bless y'all. Bye bye.